Good evening, and welcome to the monthly meeting of the Arlington Board of Zoning Appeals, which is also known as the BZA. I'm Terry Russell. I'm the chairman of the board. The board is made up of 5 citizens appointed by the Circuit Court. In addition to myself, we have Charles Smith, Inta Malice, Judy Freshman, and Paul Melnick. Also present is the professional staff, including Norma Cozart, the zoning administrator, Clifton Hogan, the assistant to the zoning administrator, and Cheryl Williams, our zoning technician. We thank you for being here, and we extend a warm welcome. To avoid disruptions, we ask that you please turn your cell phones or pagers off or put them in a silent mode. On the front table, over here to my left, you'll find copies of the staff report for each case before us this evening. I recommend that if you have not seen the report for your case, that you get a copy and review it before your case is called. There's multiple copies, so if you're here just to speak on it as well, there should be enough there. The board's powers are prescribed in the Code of Virginia and are set out in further detail in the county's zoning ordinance adopted by the Arlington County Board. The Board of Zoning Appeals does not have the power to rezone property or to amend the regulations set forth in the ordinance. That authority rests with the county board. This board does have the authority to do 3 things. We can approve use permits that allow modifications of placements requirements for structures on 1- and 2-family lots where there is no option in the zoning ordinance to allow such modifications, and that's what most of the cases on this agenda are. We can also grant variances from the specific requirements of the zoning ordinance. I believe we have at least one of those tonight. And we can decide appeals of decisions of the zoning administrator, but we do not have any appeals on this agenda. When approving use permit, the Board of Zoning Appeals may impose conditions that it deems necessary in the public interest, including limiting the duration of the use permit. In order to approve a use permit, the law requires that the board find that the proposal meet conditions and that the use permit will not adversely affect the health or safety of persons residing in the neighborhood, will not be detrimental to the public welfare or injurious to property or improvements in the neighborhood, and will not be in conflict with the purposes of the master plans and land use and zoning related policies of the county. To do this, the BZA shall consider whether the modification will promote compatibility of development with the surrounding neighborhood because the structure's overall footprint, size, and placement are similar to the structures on the properties surrounding the lot in question, and whether the modification will help preserve natural landform, historical features, and/or significant trees and foliage. When granting a variance, the board must determine that the strict application of the ordinance would produce undue hardship, that the hardship is not generally shared by other properties in the same zoning district, and that the authorization of the variance will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent property, and that the character of the district will not be changed by the granting of the variance. A Virginia Supreme Court ruling requires that a variance cannot be granted unless the effect of the zoning ordinance, as applied to the piece of property under consideration, would, in the absence of a variance, interfere with all reasonable beneficial uses of the property taken as a whole. When deciding appeals of the zoning administrator, the board must determine if the administrator acted correctly. This evening, cases will be called and a brief staff report and recommendation will be given. Following that, board members will ask any questions of the staff they may have. Next, the applicants or their representatives will be given an opportunity to make comments in support of the application. If they choose to make a comment, they must come forward to the podium so that their comments can be recorded for the record. Next, all speakers for the item will be called. Speakers must fill out a speaker slip, which is available on the table in the front of the room, right up there. After we hear from speakers for and against the proposal, the board may permit the applicant a brief opportunity to clarify any points. The board may ask questions of any speakers, but does not permit and will not condone any cross-examination or direct questioning by others. We have deemed the following time limits for speakers to be sufficient: 5 minutes for applicants for use permits and variances. We have deemed 3 minutes for representatives of organization and 2 minutes for individuals as sufficient speak time. After the board has gathered all the information they need and discussed the cases, It will decide the matter by voting on a motion duly made and seconded. A majority is needed to approve any motion. Any appeal from the decision of the board must be made to the circuit court in accordance with state law. After your case is heard, you're welcome to stay for the balance of the session or leave at your convenience. Thank you all very much for being here with us tonight. Please call the first case.
Okay, tonight we're going to go down into the agenda and call case number 17 first. Mr. DeVost has requested, because of medical reasons, to go first. So if we could go to V11-017-15 UP1. It's about in the middle of your packet. The address is 1101 17th Street South. Okay, do we all have that? Okay, thank you. Okay, our first case tonight, V11-017-15-UP-1, request by Mark DeVost for a use permit to permit a setback of 19 feet to the front porch from the 17th Street South right-of-way instead of 21 as required, and a 4.5 feet to the new two-story rear addition from the left side property line instead of 8 feet as required, and 16.5 feet to the two-story addition and 18 feet to the porch, to the front porch from the South Kent Street right-of-way instead of 25 feet as required. This is for a new two-story rear addition and a front porch, premises known as 1101 17th Street South.
Do we have any questions of the staff? Not, could we please hear from the applicant? Could you come up to the podium and speak to us at the microphone, please? We ask that because we're being recorded.
Check. Thank you, Chairman, for taking my case.
Indeed.
Question?
Does anybody have any questions? Do you have anything to tell us?
Negative.
Okay. Then, do we have any speakers on this case? All right, go ahead. Mr. Smith has a question. Push it again.
Okay. Mr. DeVos, the recommendation I presume you've read is different than what you requested, right?
Not understanding your question, sir.
The recommendation by the staff is different than your request.
I'm not aware of that.
Have you seen the staff report?
Which page are we referring to?
The front page.
First page.
First page. Where's the conflict, sir?
Where it says recommendation, the second paragraph.
Second paragraph, recommendation. I'm not understanding the conflict.
Well, you wanted 16, let's see here. There are a number of differences here.
It's one difference.
Maybe staff could explain to the applicant.
Yeah, I mean, they're 5 feet.
It's only the 4.5 feet.
This is 4.5.
Right. It's 4.5, it looks like, versus 5.
Where are your packets? It's your packet. Put yourself a packet together so you can follow.
Well, so it looks like a half a foot difference.
It's just a half a foot difference to the left side property line.
Well,
17.
let me try this. We don't have any speakers.
Right.
That's correct. Perhaps somebody on the board would be interested in making a motion because it's an issue of 6 inches. I don't know where the board,
Well, I don't have a problem with the 5 feet, actually. That's what he requested, 4.5 feet.
4.5 feet. Yeah.
I don't have a problem with that, that extra half a foot. So, Mr. Chairman, I move that the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the alternate resolution which would grant the subject use permit as requested, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report.
Is there a second? Well, I will second it. Now, Mr. Melnick has indicated he has a question or comment.
Yes, indeed I do. So the staff has made the comment that they would like the setback at what appears to be the back of the garage to be no closer than 5 feet, and you have it at 4.5. How hard would it be to move it, a half foot? Because it looks like, at least on the drawings, there's some room, that where it could be, scooted over, up by a half foot. Was that investigated at all, or is that just not feasible? Are you aware of that?
Yeah, we looked at the existing lines of the house and how to build off the second story shed dormer. And that the house was built in 1942, but it was put on an angle that's about 9 degrees off with respect to what the property lines are. So when you build off the back of the house, in order to put the addition off, catch the shed dormers, if you look at the attached sections, you'll see where that architectural copaesthetic nature of the build-out lends it to come off the back of the shed dormers, which lands it 4 feet beyond the code setback that was set after what the initial codes were in 1942. I think they changed in 1950 or so. So like the house sits on an angle. It sits like this, so when you project back on what you want to build out of, you go at an angle that goes back that 8-foot setback. So if you look at the existing, if I can direct your attention to the graphic on there, to the right, the top shed dormer, that's the line you want to pick up to be architecturally consistent from a competent from a build-out standpoint, and from a visual standpoint from the adjacent neighbor, Mr. Nazaro, who's approved of this because we sat and convinced him that once you look at this thing, if we were to go with the setback, that the west north corner of the building would be look like, if you excuse, it looked like the carpenter, whoever built it, was drunk at the time. They built this stupid-looking thing that came out. So that's why that setback goes back at an angle.
Okay,
Does that make sense?
It does. Thanks for the explanation.
So, and Mr. Nazaro is that next-door neighbor who is the only adjacent neighbor to the facility, to my property, who would have an objection to anything, and he likes what I'm proposing.
Yeah, that was very helpful.
Mr. Nazaro his letter of approval is in here. Mr. Nazaro is the only adjacent tenant. To the back of the property is an easement. So all those units to the back of my property are behind an easement. No objection there. Adjacent neighbors across to the east of me are bordered by a street, so they're not physically adjacent. They don't have an objection to it. The other neighbors across the street, no objections. So what I have proposed is in the best interest of everybody, including adjacent neighbor Nazaro, with respect to how we're going to build that off. And it will be an architecturally copacetic, visually good property. So that 4 feet, what is it, the northwest side is what we're looking at in order to pick up that top corner.
Okay. I appreciate the explanation.
Yes,
Oh, thanks for the explanation, definitely.
thank you very much. I'd just make a comment on the motion that's on the floor. The staff has told us in many cases before that 5 feet is their recommendation for these things as the minimum. I appreciate that. I'm not sure I've ever seen that much of a study on why 5 and not 4.5. Or so I, like Mr. Smith, don't have a problem with the extra half foot, and am concerned that we may see this case again if we prove it as recommended.
Mr. Chairman, I think the explanation is very compelling. I absolutely support the 5 feet in most cases, but when you look at the drawing, it's very clear that the house is built on an angle, and otherwise there would be no need for him to encroach into the 5 feet. So.
And it is only at the corner. We don't have, the drawing that would show how many feet in does it become, so it's, because
Right.
it's approaching, and when it gets to the end, it's 4.5 feet instead of 5. So. Are we ready?
Yes.
Ms. Malice?
There it is.
You're on, yeah.
No, it went off now. Now it's on.
Just a different matter. You mentioned your neighbor, Mr. Nazaro. It's a question for staff. In the letter that he wrote to us, it's the very last one in the packet, he says, "Of course, we would expect that during demolition of the garage, Mr. DeVost would take appropriate care to avoid damaging 2 maple trees, particularly the root systems, et cetera." Is that a condition that can be included in this approval? Since he's put that on the table, but I don't know if he knows just putting it in a letter doesn't have any weight.
Just putting it in a letter is just a request. If the board cared to condition it, you could. And then before the applicant, you could condition that the applicant, before he received the demolition permit, could get the arborist or an arborist of his choice to render an opinion on the tree itself and what care should be taken.
Have you discussed this aspect with your neighbor?
Absolutely. Several people have witnessed the discussion, and I fully intend to preserve the root structure on my property of these trees to the extent that I can. In fact, when I demolish that garage and the concrete driveway in front of it, it will allow for better root spread from those trees that Mr. Nazaro is interested in sustaining. So I'm in full agreement with Nazaro, and I'll do everything I can to preserve the nature of those trees.
So would you have an objection if this approval included a recommendation to have this reviewed by an arborist at the time of demolition?
Certainly. Yes, ma'am.
You would not object?
I would not object. In fact, we have one in our...
Mr. Chairman, I would amend my motion to include the opinion by an arborist.
And I would, as a seconder, I would accept that.
I may have an arborist in the house here tonight.
Mr. Melnick?
So is the motion to accept this as advertised or the staff recommend?
As advertised.
Advertised.
Which is as requested.
Okay.
We'll have to, that's made part of the motion, that an arborist checks these trees out. Now,
Right.
the staff will
Demolition.
need to figure out a way that I believe you would need to provide an arborist
A letter.
opinion to the staff to show that this condition we just put on it is achieved.
Yeah, do I need to get it certified in writing, or can I have could I have an arborist just give an opinion here tonight?
Not tonight. Not tonight.
No, we're not expecting tonight.
Okay,
No,
No, it
prior
has
to the,
do with tearing down the garage, so,
right.
so, are these the trees that are on the, what are called the outlots behind your lot?
Yeah, they're on the easement, and
Yeah, they're not on your property or his.
they're entirely on their property. So, but the root system extends onto my property.
But is it Mr. Pizarro's property that they're on?
Yes, it is.
I see. Okay.
So he's worried about root damage. And if you look at the drawings, I've got complete green space to the back of that garage. That when I take down the garage, if you look at the plans, the plat, you'll see the garage. you'll see the driveway. That's coming down and will be green space to the back of that, so that what he's concerned about is when I demolish the garage, that I don't impact the root system. I don't intend to, and in fact, I'm going to help that root system by providing landscape that will give a healthier root system to my side of the property.
Okay, thank you. I think we have enough information.
Okay.
And you do. It's going to need to be more than an opinion of somebody.
Okay, so moving forward, where do we go?
Zoning administrator can determine what it is she needs to
Okay,
approve what we are
okay,
acting on. So,
all right.
thank you. Are we ready to vote? All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Council.
Okay, we will continue now with the agenda as printed, with the notice as printed. Next case, V 10913-14-UP-2. This is a request by Janice Quinn for a use permit amendment to permit a setback of 4 feet to the eave and 5 feet to the wall of the one-story rear addition, 4.3 feet to the eave and 4.8 feet to the wall of the two-story rear addition from the left side property line instead of 10 feet as required, and an aggregate side yard of 13.9 feet instead of 18 feet as required. This is to maintain a one-story and two-story rear addition built in error and to permit changes to a previously approved use permit. This is on premises known as 1005 16th Street South.
Question?
Ms. Freshman?
Given that this is existing and they're trying to essentially legalize it, guess I don't need to know who built it in error, but if you go with the staff's recommendation denying the setbacks of 4 feet and 4.5 feet and 4.8 feet, then what's the impact on that, since it's existing?
Right, the impact is if you voted with the staff recommendation, they would have to correct that by taking off portions.
Okay. That's what I assumed, but I needed to hear it. Thanks.
I'd like to mention on page 3 that the wall check survey was not performed at the proper time. And had a wall check survey been performed, we could have avoided that.
Which is the applicant's error.
Yes.
It's the applicant's responsibility. Thank you.
Any other questions of the staff? Can we hear from the applicant, please? Hello, please state your name.
Ms. Quinn. I live at 1005 South 16th Street, Arlington, 22202. Yes, I don't know how we got here. I'm very confused about it myself, and I'm just going to turn it over to my contractor. It's been a very trying year. As you can see, the house, there's nothing on either side that's a hindrance. We did not build it wider than the original footprint. None of my neighbors have an issue with it. My neighbor on the right, I have a letter from her. Basically, she's fine with it also, but she's having a hard time with how long it's taking. It's been over a year and a half now. And the River House, I have very good relations with them, and I told Mr. Noxon if they have no problems with it, and if he wanted to call them, he could. I get along very well with all my neighbors. And my contractor will answer more than I think I can answer.
Okay, thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Sean Nazemian, Michael Nash Company. How are you, sir?
Hello.
The application has been brought in last year, and we have got the use permit for this. The lot is actually very similar to the previous application that you had. On the left side is very tight, and it's kind of running off where the chain link is placed and where the lot setback line on the left side is running off. So we have actually built according to the plan and has created half an inch, or not half an inch, 6-inch setback to bring it even further in on the one-story part where the lot is running closer. As previously approved, the body of the addition is 5 feet from the setback line. The eave, as you see, the eave is sticking out a little bit further than that, and it's very hard right at that point at where the chain line is, and that is where the 4 feet is, and that's where the line is really running off and giving it difficulty to create that point, and that's where the challenge is. The construction has been built, the site's been built, windows, siding, roofing, gutters, everything's been built in place. It's done. We're working backward as far as getting the application in and getting the dates in to get this part approved to close up inside of the project.
My lot is also at that angle.
Yes.
All the houses are at that angle.
Question?
Ms. Freshman?
Can you explain why you did not request a wall check?
We actually request a wall check. The wall check was done at the construction site, at the foundation, and the foundation is at the 5 feet. The question is where the eave is sticking further out. And that's where the eave and the gutter is, and that's what the difference is. The body of the construction and the body of the foundation is at 5 feet.
So is it true that there would only be a wall check at the foundation, and therefore something like this could happen because there's not a check?
But here, it seems like he's saying that the foundation is at 5 feet and the eave is at 4.
Right.
How can that be?
Well, the eave hangs over.
Yeah, you see it in the picture, the eave.
But then was the building permit approved in error? Did not show an eave?
No, I think that there might have been an issue with when the wall check plat was done. Because if you do a wall check plat at the foundation and then you keep going up with framing before your wall check is approved, you could make an error like this. So there might have been some timing between the wall check plat and the framing.
I'd also make this comment. What people are able to do with the initial plat and so forth that they have before construction, before something goes up that a surveyor can actually shoot, might be different from what they shoot. And the problem in Arlington is that so very, very many of our properties are built right square on lines or across lines that now are no longer. So then you come in and you ask, I want to go straight up, or I want to put this and it'll be this many feet. And then the surveyor comes back once it's put up and it's a half a foot off or a few inches. Always, to me, it's like there are these small amounts that we end up talking about. But the basis in the law is that it has to be exact. So that's how come it ends up with us. And we know that there's probably not a survey of any piece of property in the county done before 2000 that would be accurate today because of the methods they use, the electronics they use to do surveys. So I guess I'm not surprised this could happen to any of us that are on properties that are non-conforming.
We are in a very tight position as far as where everything got built, and we try to even have the setback set in 6 inches from the original setback line, trying to avoid as much as possible having that error. But still, after the overhang was built and the gutter was put in and the final wall check was put in, from that angle, from that misdirection of the sideline, and that is creating the difficulties.
And nobody but this board can give relief from those things. I mean, you can't just get the zoning administrator to go, well, it's okay. It just, it's not the law.
That's what we're asking for.
I would ask you, as a contractor in this county, to help owners understand these things, and that sometimes when they're this tight, these things could happen. It is awfully scary when there's possibility of having to remove some wall or remove something.
It is almost identical to the situation that we had in the last post, that they are right at that point of the wall, and the way that the wall, side setback line is running off. But the house was built right at that 5 feet, and this overhang is creating that.
They're built crooked, like this house on this lot and the one in the previous case, or they're built 7 feet off the front line, because, like my house, because the street wasn't even there when my house was built in 1890, and so those things happen. I have another speaker slip that indicates they're part of your team.
Which was mine, Sean Azemian.
Maybe we got the wrong case.
Yeah, they're for 13.
13.
That's their case.
Does anybody else have a question while I figure this out? Okay, I'm gonna make a determination we don't have one for this. Does anybody else have a question? Mr. Melnick,
I'd like to make a motion.
please.
Okay. So I would move that in case V1091314 UP2, that we adopt the resolution as advertised with conditions.
The alternative. The alternative.
The alternative resolution.
Yes, the one.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, the one is advertised, the alternative.
The request of the
Applicant.
That's correct.
I'll second.
We've had a motion made and seconded to approve the request.
Mr. May I just wait?
Yes, please.
Generally, people know that I'm completely unsympathetic when buyers build something in error, but I am persuaded by Chairman Russell's comment and the experience we've had at almost every BZA meeting of similar sorts of issues regarding new techniques for plats and old property and properties that were built crooked and before the zoning ordinance, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, which is why I second it and I'll vote for it. But I still want to maintain my preference that it's not okay to just do what you want and then come in here and ask for relief, which I'm not suggesting you're doing, but has happened,
I'm one of
continues
the
to
most
happen.
One of the most advocate trying to work with the county, trying to, as much as possible, try to catch this ahead of the game.
Right. Thank you, and we appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much.
Our next case is V10972-14-UP-2. This is a request by Lynn Capusta for a use permit amendment request to permit a setback of 10 feet to the porch eave and 11 feet to the porch base and landing, 14.3 feet to the eave, and 15.3 feet to the wall of the home, the right side canopy, and the bay window from the 21st Road North right-of-way instead of 25 feet as required, and 11.7 feet to the rear deck, 14 feet to the 3 rear canopies and the left side canopy, 20 feet to the left side deck, and 15.3 feet to the eave, and 16.3 feet to the wall of the home and the bay window from the rear property line instead of 20 feet as required. This is all for a new eave overhang, for new eave overhangs, for a new 1.5-story addition above the existing first floor walls, a front porch and landing, a rear deck, a left side deck, 3 rear canopies, a right side canopy, a left side canopy, and 2 new right side bay windows. This is for premises known as 4132 21st Road North.
We have questions of staff? I do, sort of. this, we acted on this house in February, or
February 12, 2015.
we considered a lot of these same things?
In February, we had the front porch, the second level rear deck, which were both denied. The applicant has subsequently reduced the size of the front porch and the rear deck. So those are reduced. The front porch would be located 11 feet from 21st Street with an eave projecting 10 feet from the right-of-way. The new rear deck would be 11.7 feet from the rear lot line, and a new uncovered front porch would be built. And we have those 5 canopies. Why don't we kind of take this apart? Because there's a lot going on here.
Well, let me ask this question. This case was not deferred for these things to be reconsidered.
No, this was denied. Some of it was denied.
Okay, thanks.
Right. The February 12th, the request was granted permitting the 14.3 and the 15.3 to the wall of the eave and the new house and the bay window from 21st Street. And they got the 19 feet to the left side deck and 15 to the eave and 16 to the wall and the bay window from the rear property line to permit structural alterations to a non-conforming when we were doing that. Now, we're coming in for a request for the requests for the front porch and the rear deck were also denied. This case also came in December 2014. That was a structural alteration case. Now we need to look at, I think, each piece of it on its own to see how you want to look at it because there's so much going on. If we look at the plat and take each one of the items that's being requested and kind of pull it apart.
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Mahal?
just to follow up on your question, are any of the items that were approved in the February hearing being revisited tonight?
Let me look at this. Now, the recommendation for the rear decks are being denied. Okay, 10 feet to the porch, 11 feet to the porch.
Back this time.
Right, we start with the 10 feet to the porch eave and the 11 feet to the porch base. And the wall, and the side canopy from 21st Road. Now the 14 and the 15.3 to 21st Road.
Those were approved.
Were approved in February. Then we have the 11 to the rear deck and the 14 to the 3 canopies and the left side canopy. And those were not included in the February.
So after February, these are new things?
Right. The February, the 11 to the rear deck, the 14 to the 3 canopies, and the left side canopy, the 20 feet to the left side deck, and the 15 to the eave, and 16 to the wall and bay window from the rear. (19 to the left side, 15 to the eave, and 16 to the wall and the bay window from the rear. To the front porch and 11 to the front porch base. So Mr. Noxon is recommending approval of the 10 feet to the porch eave and 11 feet to the porch base and landing. That's on the front. Okay, so that's the front.
He's okay with the front.
He's okay with the front. He's okay with the right side canopy and the bay window from the 21st Road right of way. This is on the right side.
Yeah. Little hash mark box, that's the
Right,
canopy.
the little box. He's okay with that on the right side. And on the rear, he's suggesting 15 feet on the rear to the canopy and to the left side canopy. So 15 feet to the rear. Yeah, which is requesting the 14. We're actually requesting the 11.7 to the deck. Right, he's denying the 11.7 to the deck. So he's okay with the 15 to the 3 canopies on the rear, which is also 15 to the left side canopy.
Yeah, he's only objecting to the 11.7 and the 14 in the very first line of the
Right,
recommendation.
he's only objecting to that.
So he's recommending the rest of it
Right.
as proposed.
Right.
I'll call you when
I
you're
just
ready.
wanted to give like a brief explanation to avoid some confusion.
So the only thing he's actually opposing is the 11.7 to the rear deck and 14 to the rear canopies.
So then they just wouldn't have them. There wouldn't be any rear deck or rear canopies. There's nothing, but, I mean, isn't this thing like,
Unless it's smaller yet, unless he comes with another.
Comes back with it.
well, that's another question for me. It's not a question. It's, so immediately after, in February, this board ruled, in March, a whole new variance application,
Right.
use permit application was made for all these other changes to this proposal. Has any of it been built under what we approved? Okay. That helps. Thank you.
I don't believe anything.
Are we
comes up.
ready
No.
to hear, please, I'm sorry. Are you,
Zaid Gerard, I'm the contractor.
Thank
Good to
you.
see you again. Good evening. Yeah, after we met last time, we had the porch was disapproved because it was on the side. Anyways, we used the existing size that we have. We just moved it to the center, so it looks, more. It conforms with the rest of the neighborhood. So since we're going through the whole application, we just thought maybe we'll reduce the size of the rear deck, which was denied the first time. We're not really concerned about it, so if that's the board's wish, that's fine. And we just put some canopies on openings, and that was the only changes that we made. But we haven't built anything. We didn't proceed because we really wanted the porch to be on center, just to look look right. And that's pretty much all the changes that we asked for.
Question? So are you okay with the recommendations?
I mean,
Because for these 2 items that on the rear?
I mean, it would be nice to have a rear balcony, but if that's going to be a deal, we're more concerned about the front porch. But
Yeah.
if we
It's
can
a,
have
it's a lot of hearings for one application, so
yeah,
I think that's a wise choice.
right.
any questions of the applicant?
The rear balcony, you just call it, is only 4.1 feet?
Yeah, we just need like 2 seats for mom and whatever.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah,
a
it was-
breakfast, coffee area. I mean, same street up the hill. We had a BZA about a couple of years ago for a house that we had a 5-foot deck in the back. So we thought that's why we put a deck in there, so, thought that would be approved, but it was shut down by the board. I think it was 6 feet out the first time, so we reduced it to 4. And we also, reduced the width of it. It used to go pretty much across the whole width of the structure. So we just narrowed it down, just like, to give more privacy to the adjacent properties, so.
I guess, Mr. Jahar, one of my issues is that the deck doesn't look like it's really, a smoking deck, except it's not off of a bedroom or off of a room. It's kind of onto that aisle, that hallway off the laundry, right?
Right.
I guess I would be, I'm big on places to sit outdoors, except that doesn't seem to be serving as a real functional addition. And that's why you're not so adamant about trying to retain it.
Well, it's
You'd like
because
it,
I want
for
to work
sure.
with the board and just, because we've been going back and forth with this property for a while, so I just want to be reasonable, to be honest. The main concern, we went through the whole process again. We put the project on hold because we really wanted the porch to be centered on the front because it just looked nicer this way. So we just, just tried this one more last time. We cannot, we have to put it on center because if we put it to the side, it'll be closer to the, the neighbors, and some of the neighbors complained they were concerned about some privacy. So we just thought it would be a good compromise, but we'll leave it up to you guys.
Does the board have any other questions or comments or a motion?
Do you have
Nope. Stand up.
Well, and that's a revelation. The neighbors are, you've talked to.
My God, I've been
With this,
dreading
with
these
this
hearings.
applicant especially?
There's usually a little army here.
Yes. I move in the case of V-10972-14-UP2, approval of the alternative resolution, or approved as advertised, subject to the conditions.
Second.
And let me ask, if this approves the back balcony?
No.
No.
This is
Oh,
staff recommendation.
Staff recommendation.
oops,
You wanted the staff recommendation.
sorry about that. Sorry about that. I misspoke. I move the staff recommendation with conditions.
The alternative resolution denying
you
the
the-
rear deck and canopies.
No,
Well, the
it's the
staff
main
recommendation.
resolution.
Yeah, staff.
Staff recommendation leaves the rear deck and canopy
I'm
out.
sorry, I'm sorry. We get confused in our own language, yeah. Yes, that's right. The staff's recommendation, which we don't have to take,
So-
but we did in this.
So this denies the rear deck and the rear canopy, but the side canopy is okay?
Rest of it's okay.
Drew recommended in the second paragraph where he says recommendation.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Ms. Freshman, seconded by Ms. Malice. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Have a good evening. Take care.
Too.
Okay.
Um,
That was
While this
72.
case is being called, I want to show something.
Okay, this one, we're recommending approval. Is he recommending approval of this thing? 5, 6 to the wall. And 7 to the right side, okay, got that. This one is, ready?
I just spoke to our technician. We have some discrepancies in the speaker slips and the times noted for various types of speakers. So I told her this is probably a document that's older than I am, so. So, anyway, we'll deal with that later. Next case, please.
Case, okay, case V 10984-15-UP-1. This is a request by Daoud Majadidi and Maria Maldonado for a use permit to permit a setback of 5.6 feet to the wall of the home from the left side property line instead of 8 feet as required, and 7 feet to the home from the right side property line instead of 10 feet as required, and an aggregate side yard of 12.6 feet instead of 18 feet as required for a new two-story home. And this is premises known as 2105 North Emerson Street.
Any questions of the staff? Can we hear from the applicant, please?
Good evening.
Hello.
I'm here on behalf of the owners. They were not able to make it here. I'm the designer for the project.
Could you fill out a speaker slip for us, not right now, but when you get done, and give it to our technician, and state your name for the record?
My name's Nelson Maldonado.
Okay. What would you like to tell us about this application?
Well, I'm here to answer any kind of questions that you may have. But basically, the owners are trying to see if they can do something with the property. They want to go ahead and build and get this back to standard.
Mr. Chairman, I have a couple
Please.
questions then. So, Mr. Maldonado, is it that your client bought the property and it looked like this when they bought it?
No, sir. They were doing some construction, and they got a stop order because some existing walls that were not to be touched, I guess, were removed in the process of construction. So
Made it non-conforming.
they got a stop work order, and it has been stopped since. Has been a long time now.
So it was a remodel, and now it's becoming a knockdown
They
rebuild.
were putting a second-story addition, and
Wasn't suitable. Walls were.
well, the plans were approved and all that, but unfortunately, one of the walls that was to stay, yes, and construction crew just removed it without knowing all the repercussions that it would have. Basically, at this point, they're, I guess, just forced to either do new construction. I don't think there's anything else they can do.
Have you seen this communication from Ms. Sean and Carrie Martin of 2107 North Emerson? Have you seen their letter?
No, sir.
You might want to. We have
Is it in the package?
It just came out today.
Oh, yeah. And would it be attached to the staff?
It wasn't.
This came in.
So, yeah, you can take mine. I've read it already. You might want to take a look at this.
Should you come get this from Mr. Smith, please?
Let's see.
Mr. Chairman? It seems that when we considered it in February, the variance was granted. And suggestions were made about various setbacks and other things, which, at least in the report, seems to suggest that they followed that advice. Given that it's an extremely unusually small lot, but there are similar houses under the same circumstances.
I do have speakers once we're finished with the applicant.
Mr. Chairman?
Ms. Mallett?
Could we, just following up on what Ms. Freshman just said, can we get a little staff recap on what happened in February? And is this application simply to make it compliant with what the board ruled in February? Or-
In February, they had requested a setback of 0.3 from the wall and 2 to an egress window from the left, and 11 feet to a canopy, 13 to the eave from the front, and an aggregate of 8 feet instead of 18. This was for a new 2-story home with a left side egress window. This was deferred. It was not denied. It was deferred. And they also received the variance permitting to the construction of the new home on a lot that doesn't meet the width and area requirements. They went back, I guess, when they started constructing. He's saying that they did an addition, but they were actually approved for a new home. They may have tried to do a straight up by right, and it didn't work out. So now they've come back with a new home with a different set of setbacks, which actually the staff can support with the 5.6 and the 7 feet. If we go back a little further, in March of 2013 is when they tried to do the rear addition, they tried to do the renovation, and the walls came down.
So the previous BZA action, February 12th, should say that it was deferred.
Right, it was deferred. Yeah.
It's like 7, 8 line description was deferred.
Right. It appears that they tried to do an addition. The walls came down. They got a stop work order. They came to the BZA to try to get a use permit to keep what they had, and that was deferred. Now they're coming back saying they're going to scrape it, get rid of all of it, and start out with a new house with the 5, 6, and the 7 feet.
Which they can do because they have a variance.
Correct.
Right, they have the variance to build it, and they just need the use permit for the setbacks, and staff is recommending approval of the setbacks.
Okay.
Any more questions of the applicant or the staff? I'll go to the speakers. You may have a chair up front. We might have a question for you. Willie Jackson Baker, please. Good evening.
We've been here before with the same case. The applicant claims that they want to be good neighbors, and it's obvious from what you see on the pictures that you have that they haven't been good neighbors. There are rodents on the property. The grass is 3-4 feet high. Nothing ever happens unless one of the neighbors calls code enforcement about that. My other concern is that the diagrams that you all have are not the diagrams that we received. There's some information that's missing from what we received. It shows that these were all sent certified. They were not all delivered certified. And what most of us got last week was a copy of the certified information that they sent out in April, stating that the next meeting on this property would be April 15th. Signs were posted, but of course we had lots of rain and most of the signs are down. So there are people in the neighborhood who may be concerned about this, who haven't been notified or who didn't see the signs, and it also has never come to the attention of our civic association. You know, we like to tell the full body of our neighborhood what's going on so that people will have the opportunity to come and speak. On the diagram that you have, there's also a space for a driveway. That's not on anything that we have received. And the driveway would be to the right side of the house which is about 2 feet, 3 feet away from the adjacent house, which I think for anyone that would be a hindrance. So at this point, I'm here with a few of my neighbors, and we are opposed to this design as it is.
Thank you.
Okay?
Sean Martin?
He's the president.
Okay.
Hello. Sean Martin at 2107 North Emerson Street. I, like Willie Jackson Baker, came in February to oppose the request for variance and have the same stance of opposition. And I mirror Willie's comments of it wasn't brought to our neighborhood civic association, and the other concerns I have are the right and left setback on the left side of the property of 5 feet. It seems pretty close still. And on the right side of 7 feet, the adjacent property to the right, as Willie spoke of, is very close to the property line. So at 7 feet, it seems to have some safety concerns and some potential issues. I also share Willie's concern of the driveway. Most of the neighbors who have parking pads do not have half their yard taken up by that. This is a very narrow lot, so it would take up most of the front yard. Also, there's no current apron in the sidewalk. I'm not sure if that's an issue or not, if they'd have to cut that apron for parking. There are some trees along the left side of the property line that raise concerns. There are some in the front that are right along the fence line, and there's a pine tree that's on the left property that has concern. And the main concern is just safety. When the deconstruction was being done, or remodeling, whatever that proper term is, when all 4 walls were brought down, I came home one day and I'm on the left side of the property. The power line was tied to my tree. And they put it back up when they finally put a wall up, but with 5 feet on one side and 7 on the other, and there's no legal access in the back of the lot, so everything would have to be through the front. I have concerns of how the major construction would be done to be safe for both sides of the property. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, sir. Those are the 2 speaker slips I have. Do you hear comments from the board, questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Ms. Malice?
So I guess the question is to the applicant. In our, Mr. Maldonado?
Yeah, Ms. Malice has questions.
This concerns community notification. In the back of our packet is a letter from the Gillette team.
Yes.
Are they're a contractor to you?
No, they're the real estate agents that helped in the process of purchasing the house.
They helped them. And there's certified mail receipts?
Yes,
Just
they were.
to 7 household, 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9 households.
They were asked by the owners if they could send those letters out on the owner's behalf.
So the letter from the Gillette team was sent to these 9 addresses?
Yes,
This letter requesting a meeting.
correct.
And did the meeting take place?
No.
Why?
Well, Allie's here. Allie, can you explain? She can actually explain.
Sure.
A little better.
Mr. Chairman?
When I sent out the letters, 4 of them came back.
Could you state your name, please?
Oh, Ally Gillette.
Okay.
And 4 of the letters came back, and then no, I didn't receive any correspondence from them at all. I sent a letter asking if they approved, if they wanted to meet, my phone number, contact information, but I didn't hear from them at all.
So this meeting on April 15th at 7, that's in your letter?
That's when we originally thought the variance meeting was.
Oh, so that is,
It's not a community meeting, that's...
that was the BZA meeting.
Yeah.
And that's what it says here. This.
I see. So, your letter was simply requesting any feedback from,
Yeah.
and you say 4 of them were returned?
Yes.
Know why?
It said, what did it say on the, when it came back, it said unclaimed. So I guess they made an attempt, the post office did, and they were unable to.
Yeah,
to
one is
deliver it.
looks like an investment company.
Yeah, I think I went by the tax records.
Okay, so sorry, I had thought that there was going to be a community meeting here. So you sent this letter out asking for any feedback?
Yeah,
Okay, all right, thank you for clarifying.
no problem.
Would you fill out a speaker slip and give it to the technician as well, please? Thank you.
So I guess my question now is to the Civic Association, or to Ms. Baker? So, you may, if you don't
You
mind.
can sit down, Mr. Maldonado. Thank you.
So, were you one of the people that received the request from Ms. Gillette?
When the initial request came out, I was home that day. The mailman just left a pink slip in my box.
Huh?
Sean's family was home that day. My neighbor to the right was home that day. We all got just the pink slip. Only one of the neighbors that we know of actually had the letter delivered to them. One neighbor even went to the post office to pick up the letter, and they were told that it's with the mailman. I was personally told that the mailman has to make 3 attempts to deliver it. That never happened. So last week, there are 4 of us who did receive, and one of these people who is quoted on here at 2100 North Emerson Street,
Dorothy Robinson?
does not even live there. Marie Granados,
What's
that person has never lived there.
Says Dorothy Robinson.
2100 says Dorothy Robinson.
No, on the other column.
Oh, I see, yeah. There's 2,
Oh, yeah, Maria
Yeah.
Gran.
there's 2 for,
And that was-
So you're talking out of 7 people who possibly could have received only, and even the one for Bertie Austin. Mr. Austin is a senior adult. He's in a nursing home.
all right,
So
so,
I'm sure that wasn't received.
I mean, part of the issue here is how to bring you folks together, and since you,
This is the letter we got. We finally received this, the 4 of us, last week, and it states that the next meeting is on the 15th of April, which would be the BZA meeting.
and
So
that's
there has
last
been
month.
no community involvement actually in this, through
Yeah.
this process.
So
Even initially, we got letters from them, and we called and we scheduled an appointment, and we talked about what we'd like to see, what we didn't like, before the first BZA meeting, so.
So kind of, where do things stand with you? You've told Ms. Gillette that you'd like a meeting, or what kind of,
No, I got this, I think, last Thursday.
okay.
That's the first time, and I actually did call her about it because it was dated April 15th. You know, I think that's laziness on their part, that you couldn't pull out a letter and change the date. You know, you're asking the community to respond, but you're sending them out a letter that says the meeting is on April 15th.
Well, according to the slip here, it was sent in March, on March 23rd. So,
And evidently, these are the ones that were returned. And if they were sent in March, it's now June. And you're still going to send me a letter that says April 15th.
So you think you got a second letter? This is not the original one that was sent on March 23rd?
This may be the original one, but it's
Okay.
now June.
So,
And that April 15th hearing didn't exist for them, and you didn't take the time to even to correct it, to communicate to the neighborhood. So that's a concern for me.
Ms. Freshman has a question along these same lines.
Can you tell me when your civic association next meets? I know many don't meet in the summertime. Do you know?
The next meeting is the 24th of June.
Okay.
And, you know, we've lived with this for over 2
Understand.
years.
I understand.
You know, they want to be friendly neighbors. Then you have to do some things, too, to be friendly neighbors.
My inclination to the board is that, thank you, that we granted a variance, that they've come in with a structure that meets the criteria, but I think it's very important that they meet with the community, so I would suggest a deferral of a month or two to make sure that the applicants meet with the Civic Association, regardless of the outcome of that meeting, but at least that there is direct contact with the community that's not just by certified letter that may or may not be received and may or may not even have the correct date of a meeting. It's incumbent on the applicants to contact the Civic Association and meet with them so that they can at least check off that box, at which time they can return and see whether or not the board is disposed to approve the use permit.
And if I may, on that, seems to me that if we end up deciding to defer to allow for a community meeting, that we allow enough time, it would probably take a couple months. There might need to be changes to the application in response to the neighborhood if the applicant ends up wanting to do that. And Ms. Jackson says she believes that, well, she knows that there's a meeting in June. Is there one in July? I mean, if there's not one in July, that's some of the things that enter into it. Who knows what the agendas are and so forth, and it would seem to me to be important to.
I'm waiting for him. I'm prepared to make a motion.
Ms. Freshman.
I move that on the matter of V-10984-15-UP-1, that the application for the use permit be deferred to the BZA meeting of September, whatever the date is, to be coming, which hopefully will allow, there will at least be one meeting in the interim. September 9, 2015.
I'll second that motion.
Motion's been made by Mrs. Freshman, seconded by Ms. Malice to defer this item until our meeting in September 2015. All those in favor say aye. I'm sorry. Yes,
Could I
indeed.
speak to the
Absolutely.
motion? I know there's been a lot of miscommunication back and forth. From my standpoint, this board is going to have to make some kind of a decision, one way or the other. So my suggestion or advice to the community members who are concerned about this is to be as clear and specific about what is acceptable and what is not acceptable, so that we have clear idea of what the differences are. And so if you disagree with what's been proposed, that you come back with specific suggestions that we can weigh to see where we fall. General comments of just it's not acceptable, or they've been a bad neighbor, won't be helpful for us in deciding this. So as specifically as you can about what is acceptable and what is not acceptable would be very helpful to me.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
The motion to defer carries. Thank you all.
All right. Our next case is V-10995-15-UP-2. This is a request by Frederick Sujak to permit a setback of 6.1 feet to the eave and 7 feet to the wall of a new two-story addition from the right side property line instead of 10 feet as required, and an aggregate side yard of 11.1 feet instead of 18 as required. This is for a new two-story right side addition at 5010 Washington Boulevard.
We have questions for the staff.
Just one question. We were given a plat, but it looks like the same plat that's in the packet. Is there something different about it?
The square footage.
Oh, up at the top. I see. Okay, thank you.
Any questions for anyone? All right, please, could the applicant please come forward on this case and speak to us? Good evening.
My name is Frederick Sujat. I'm the applicant and my wife as well. Good evening. My wife is Tia, and my wife and I want to thank you for the opportunity to present our application for a use permit. I'm here with my wife, and I'm going to speak a little bit at a time, then she'll speak a little as well. We're asking for a slight intrusion into the 10-foot setback. And this is to build an addition, basically, which will give us a second-floor master bath. We have 3 bedrooms on the second floor. We have a very tiny bathroom with a slanted wall. And we expect to have in our retirement years, which are coming up right now, we're senior, and in our retirement years, we plan to have cousins, brothers and sisters visiting us, and this will be really important because this is an old house built in 1939, and it doesn't have the modern features that we have today. But we can do this with the addition, and that's why we're proposing the addition. One of the key points here, I'm sure the board is aware of, is that the lot, and you can see from the picture, is highly irregular. It's pie-shaped, and it has 2 side lines, but no back yard line. We met with the board on March 11th. The staff supported the application. We had discussions with the board. We had a neighbor who came in and objected. The board, as I recall, asked that we speak with the neighbor and see if we could try to get some understanding and come back again with redrawing. Well, we did meet with Mr. Feely, and I presented a number of changes, but it became very apparent that, I tried to find out what it is that he didn't like, what was the problem. I couldn't really understand, but he seemed to say that he didn't want any intrusion into the 10-foot. And I don't know how we can build this without any intrusion. Well, what we did, nevertheless, and based upon board suggestions as well, we made some significant changes. First of all, we started with a request for 6 feet to the wall. Now we're at 7 foot to the wall. What we did was we went to our surveyor, and by the way, we've gone through 7 plats already. This is the last one that I think Ms. Freshman is looking at, is the 7th one with the very important footnote number 4. And so we told them, let's make sure that we don't cross 7 feet. So we went to the 7 feet, we shortened the addition, and the intrusion, as I said, is very small. And let me tell you what we're talking about on the intrusion, because I have something that might be a little graphic here that will explain how big the intrusion is. The certified plat, as you have in front of you, at footnote number 4, which I said is very important, shows an intrusion of 17 square feet. And this is what 17 square feet looks like. Maybe about the size of a big screen TV. This is what we're talking about, and this is what we're asking for. These are some of the changes that we've made and that we've also offered to Mr. Feely. In addition to the 7 feet, reducing the length, we took out on the 2nd floor the windows that face his property, so if there's any privacy concerns, we've taken them out. We have a window on the back, which doesn't face his property directly, but we're going to make that into a block glass. So we'll get some light in there, but there won't be, again, that should help with the privacy. Also, we offered to put in shrubs, trees, either on our property or if he wanted on his property. We also offered to build a 7-foot fence if that's what he would like. In addition, I just wanted to point out just a couple of other things, is that from the last meeting, the request was to be within the 40% coverage, and so you'll see from the plat we're within the 40% coverage. Also, we're able to reduce the eave by to 6 inches. So to the wall it's 7. And one last point I wanted to make here is that we talked to all the neighbors around the house, ones abutting the property and even the one across the street, which I think was very important. And there's a letter from the lady across the street, Miss Gilka Rosenthal, who says that, she's looking out from her front door and she's seeing the addition, and she says that it's beautiful and it adds value to the neighborhood. So I have received no objections. I've received letters that I've included from the first time I was here on March 11th, and then an additional letter this time. And that's basically what I wanted to say. My wife might have something too.
Well, just to add a little to that, is that we're Arlingtonians at heart. I taught school here for years in Arlington at Barcroft. I was on the Fair Housing Board for years here in Arlington County. This is our home. We're true Arlington. We came to Arlington. We were young, and mostly everybody at that time were old. Back in the 70s, you might remember. And as I said, I taught school, Fair Housing Board, very active in the Arlington community. And we traveled. We left. My husband, with his job, we traveled. And so we have a lot of friends, international. We traveled internationally. We have a big family. And we have a lot of guests. And we just want, in our retirement years, we just want to have a bathroom where we can have some privacy and our friends can come and have some privacy. And you can see a small family room that we can sit in our older years in a rocking chair and just be at peace in Arlington. That's all we're asking. And I don't think it's unreasonable. In fact, as my husband explained, we did everything we could. We tried to be reasonable to accommodate Mr. Feely. And as I say, it's going to be a very nice small addition. And certainly it will make our senior years very contented in Arlington County. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's see if any board members have questions.
Any speakers? No speakers?
We have lots of speakers.
Oh,
okay. And we do have a lot of speakers. Do we have any questions for the applicants at this point?
I just a clarification.
Bruce, just leave it on. It's the bottom.
From our standpoint, because we don't get into the windows or, shrubbery at this point, the only difference between what was denied in February and what you're coming back with now is a 1-foot difference in the placement of the building?
Well, no, we've shortened it, the length, and we've, brought the intrusion to 17 square feet.
So you've also changed the setbacks
Yes.
from what was denied in February. Thank you.
If I may, the variance for the lot coverage was denied by us. They're not asking for that, obviously, because it was denied by us. And they're asking for less in terms of the use permit request than we've asked for at the time. They made the addition somewhat smaller. That all the questions for the applicant, and we do have a lot of speakers on this one.
Well, this ends,
Thank you. So if you folks might want to stay close by, we'll probably have more discussion with you. I have about 9 speakers.
The one that was denied.
And
December
first I'll call Tom Feely, please.
26th, same thing. They passed out something different.
It's got the note on here.
No, for,
Yes,
yeah,
please.
that's what
Give
it
them
is.
to whoever. And we'll start your time now.
Yes, thank you for, ladies and gentlemen of the board, thank you for listening to my perspective in opposition to the requested use permit. On the first page of what I've handed out, it's an illustration of my property and what essentially the rear yard will look like when the addition is constructed. As you can see in the bottom right, the configuration of the house will certainly encroach upon my rear lot line, and the yellow line represents that rear lot line. Essentially, when you look at it and the way we see it, the proposed addition will be significant and intrusive. It's essentially a 28-foot high, 2-story building, and will forever be looking at this imposing structure with an 18-foot wall that is now 6 to 7 feet from the current property. This is significant injury to the property, the enjoyment that we might have there, and it will be detrimental to 1217. I do not feel that it is a respectful addition. On page 2, there are 4 key areas I'd like to address. First is the existing structure is already accommodated. So it already has small left and right side yards, 5 and 8.6. To comply with essentially the aggregate requirement, theoretically, you would be giving 13-foot right yard setback, not a 6 to 7 feet. The 13-foot setback is essentially an accommodation for being a triangular lot, to my understanding. So instead of being required to have a 25-foot rear setback, which is what R6 is. So the result that I see from this is essentially for 1217 and for our property, we are providing 80% of the rear separation between homes, and not one owner should have to overwhelmingly bear that responsibility for that separation. The second item I would like to talk about is that the applicant has alternatives. So as we discussed last time, there is front ability. The setbacks can be met by moving the addition forward. Why not? Why can't that be done? Why does it have to impose on a budding property? The applicant has self-imposed limitations of choice due to a driveway that has been expanded. And you'll see that due to lot coverage, he actually has to remove some of that driveway. So it could be done in a different location to allow the addition to be moved forward.
Could you sum up and?
Oh, yes, sorry,
please?
yeah.
And I have a question for you when you get.
Okay, sure. Essentially, the design has some discretionary, not necessary elements. The cited properties in the list, also, they're all preserving the existing footprint, don't expand it, and some of them even gave back to the neighbors. So in sum, I would just like to say in the right-hand column that we respectfully request the board to uphold the ordinance setback requirements. We support the applicant wholeheartedly completing the addition. However, a by right can be achieved. As you'll see on the back part of the diagram, there's a line that will show you impose the 13-foot requirement, and without having to force negative burden or impacts on a neighboring property. I really appreciate your time, and I thank you for the opportunity.
Let me ask you a question. The package you just gave us, these many pages, did you have these available to present to the staff last week or the week before and have it go into our packet? Or
I did not. I was told, we had 11 the first time, which were omitted in the first submission. They're not mentioned in the staff report, and so.
And there's nothing wrong with just bringing them here, except we got a staff report with nothing in it but one letter that was positive, because it got to the staff who prepares their stuff for us. So,
Sorry.
this is fine.
Okay, sorry, yes.
I was just curious why.
Yeah, I had asked the question, and the only thing they told me was that my only opportunity to present was here. I didn't.
You can always write to us,
I didn't
to
know that.
the zoning officer, or so, just all of you. I'm not picking on Mr. Singh.
Yeah, no,
I don't
didn't
mean
know.
to at all.
Okay.
It was just, we're shocked, I am shocked by a
Yes.
stack of letters coming at the meeting when we receive lots and lots of materials. And it's perfectly okay.
Sorry.
And for everyone to know, always write directly to the Board of Zoning Appeals, at the zoning office, or to the staff, providing your materials in advance, because we get a whole case that's written up, for us. But thank you very much. A lot of work here. Really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Richard Balzac, please.
Good evening. Rich Bolzak, 1212 North Evergreen Street. Thank you for hearing my concerns. As the plat shows, or if you walk by the property, you can see that the property would support a significant addition, and it could support that addition without the need for a variance, without the need for a reduction in the setback requirements. There are still houses on Evergreen Street which have not been expanded, and I think that granting this reduction in the setback requirement would set a bad precedent for the other homeowners on the street. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. John McNamee. Welcome.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is John McNamee. I've lived on Evergreen Street for 24 years. Almost all of our neighbors have in Woodheimer and other expanded and enhanced their properties. All of them have done it within the existing requirements. This gentleman is asking for something that would set a new precedent in our neighborhood that is strongly opposed by all of the people, or just about all of the people in the neighborhood. There's a significant number of us here who have come in opposition. 35 of us have signed a petition against this. Lots of our other neighbors have expressed their disagreement with it. We have an extraordinarily homogeneous, comfortable neighborhood in which there's enormous respect between the neighbors, enormous cooperation between the neighbors, and in this instance, we're almost universally opposed to this. Thank you.
James Lee, please.
Hi, good evening. I'm James Lee. I live on 1209 North Evergreen Street. We just moved in just under a year ago, and we moved in knowing what sort of the setbacks for Arlington were, because we did consider other homes with additions or without additions. And so one of the things we took into account was quality of life. I understand that having an addition adds to the quality of life, but it also, we don't recommend having it at the expense of someone else. And to have Tom at 1217 be looking at a 28-foot brick structure just a few feet from his fence line, I can see that house even from mine, and I'm 2 homes down. So to me, I don't think that's a good idea, especially considering there's other options and alternatives to go for. Thank you.
Let me stop right here for a second. I need to know, Mr. Sujat, do you have this that we were just given? These petitions?
Now, for the record, I have not received this, and it's quite shocking to me because I would have loved to talk to some of these people.
We'll talk to you later. I just wanted you to have what we were handed, so you can have these.
I appreciate that.
There you go. So that was James Lee. Alfred Sorkowitz, please.
Thank you. My name is Al Sorkowitz, and I live directly across the street from Tom Feely. I bought my house in 1962. It's a pleasant neighborhood. It's a nice place to live. And the truth is, it's nicer now than it was in 1962. And I think maybe the zoning people have something to do with that. I'm not against people enlarging their home for whatever reasons they want. But when I heard that Tom's neighbor wanted to enlarge his house and build it closer to the property line than the law allows, I'm concerned. I'm concerned that why should a neighbor be allowed to build closer to the property line than the law allows? I'm concerned about the look and feel of the neighborhood, but mostly my concern is self-interest. In the future, someone may want to build houses closer to the property line than the law allows, and am I going to feel at the mercy of some smart zoning lawyers? In summary, I assume the county developed zoning laws for a purpose, and I assume that these laws evolved as the times changed. I think it should be set as a precedent that these laws be followed so as not to encourage other people to look for ways to get around the law. And I believe that the 38 people who signed the petition basically feel the same self-interest that I feel. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. That was Al. Mark Suskin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Mark Suskin. I live at 1205 North Evergreen Street. I appreciate this opportunity to address the board, and I come here tonight to speak against the granting of the use permit in this case. The primary reason is that I find in the applicant's revised statement of justification no compelling reason to grant the use permit. I would hope that such permits, which exceed long-established setback requirements, would only be granted for compelling reasons. Otherwise, it sets a bad precedent. When my wife and I renovated our residence on Evergreen Street, we were careful to stay within the existing requirements, even though there were some features we would have liked that went beyond the required setbacks. I asked that the applicant be required to find a way to accommodate his desire for more and better living space in the same way. I respectfully request that the board reject this request for use permit. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Rochester Johnson.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I live at 5000 Washington Boulevard, and I'm here because I received a letter that I share the lot line with Mr. Sujat. That's the only reason I'm here. He mentioned that he had spoken to all the neighbors. That is not true. I have never heard from him. I have heard from another neighbor that she was only told that an addition was going to be done, nothing else. That's it. That's his reach out. It's just not acceptable to say so. I am here primarily for a fear of property damage and land erosion. If you go to the overhead shot, I can point out my house. I'm the house this way with the long driveway. All drainage and runoff flows from his yard down to my yard into neighbors' yards on Dinwiddie. We all have incurred significant expense putting in drainage systems in our house and we still have problems. I've got a picture here that I took today. I only have one because the CVS thing blew up. But it shows the erosion.
We'll take your word for it.
Had landscaping done less than a month ago, got the bill on Saturday for over $1,000, and there's no mulch in my backyard. So we have a drainage issue. And my fear is that if you construct a bigger structure, there's less land to absorb water, and thus more volume of drainage coming towards my property and others. Thank you.
Sir, thank you. Matthew and Tina Geen, is that correct?
Matthew Geen, this is my wife Tina Geen. Members of the board, my wife and I moved to Waycroft Woodlawn 6 years ago. And one of the major reasons that we decided to move there was that there was a nice separation between the houses, and there wasn't a feeling that your neighbors were right on top of you. We fear that the request for this use permit, if it is accepted, will set a set a precedent for other houses to do similar, and the houses will slowly get closer and closer together. Due to the outage shape of the lot at 5010 Washington Boulevard, accommodations have already been made for the existing structure. That the county, for the existing structure, that houses, bring the houses closer than the county permits on the neighbors on both sides. As we can see, on the left is 5, and on the right is, I think, 8 currently. Since the structures on the property have already encroached upon the area established in R6 zoning setbacks, and the proposed improvements can be made without encroaching further upon that setback area, we ask that the board reject this request for a use permit. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mike Fritz. If you give it to us, we have to keep it. Is that all right?
I'm willing to do that.
Okay.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for your time. My concern is the cited properties in the staff report and the overall use permit request. The cited properties in the staff report are not adequate precedents for what the applicant is trying to do. Firstly, none of them reduce the aggregate side setback. These 4 maintain it. These 2 actually give back to the neighboring properties where the addition is. The placement of each one of those in the application maintains a side-to-side setback, whereas in the case of this application, it's reducing the side setback of the applicant's property and reducing the back setback of Tom Feely's property. 4 of the 6 cited are 1-story additions. The applicant is putting a 2-story addition that is taller than the existing structure. These properties aren't precedents. This request in this application is the precedent. When I bought my house 4 years ago and I drove down this neighborhood, it made a promise to me. It had evolved respectfully over 50 years, and I expect it'll evolve respectfully in the future. You guys are about to make a decision on this. When I made a decision, the largest one in my life, I had a promise. It's the brand of Arlington. It's the brand of the housing community. It's an implicit promise. It's not in my contract, but it is codified in the zoning rules, and it has been maintained over time. This permit is a request to undermine that promise as made to some of my neighbors. It's a request to the benefit of an investor and to the detriment of surrounding owner residents. We respectfully request that you keep that promise for us and that you uphold the setback requirements in the ordinance. And what I'll leave you with is one last question. Is the use permit necessary to preserve natural landform, historical features, or significant tree foliage? It is not. It's necessary to preserve his driveway. Thank you.
Thank you. That was the last speaker. The board have any comments at this point? Any questions for anyone?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I would just say
Mr.
that
Smith.
the the zoning ordinance provides for a lot of, it provides for a lot. Like, like the height of a house can be 35 feet. And this is clearly not 35 feet. So sometimes by right options are not as good as those which require the use of a use permit. I think this is one of them. So I would adopt the resolution granting the use permit, side with the staff. We've looked at this a lot. This is not the first time it's been here. And I recall earlier discussions. And I understand and appreciate what the folk who have spoken feel. And I was looking through the list of I was looking through the stack of letters and came across some familiar names and folk. Mr. Kelleher, he's not here tonight, but he's been before us on occasion asking for the same thing that these folk are on behalf of his clients. So I just see this as the applicant has adjusted their plan. They've come in they're under the area requirement. It's a relatively modest request in a really tough lot. Some would say, well, it's okay as it is, or you could, I don't know, somehow build something to the front of the structure. And we talked about the driveway, but I don't really have a problem with the request at all.
Ms. Malice?
As my colleague mentioned, we saw this in February, and we denied the application. And now it's coming back to us somewhat modified. Unfortunately, it's coming back to us with even more community concern than it did the first time. And so obviously there's been a failure to have a meeting of the minds in the community, which I personally think is important. It is true that the law does permit variances or use permits that allow owners to do something outside of what is strictly mandated by the regulation. However, the general guidance, as I understand that, is that it be done where there's a true hardship. I believe that in February we explored with the applicant other by right options, and at that time he had a counter to every suggestion that we made. And I think that that's probably where he is again today, that he feels he's gone as far as he can. So my decision really is based on my concern for the overwhelming lack of support and concern that this has caused in the neighborhood, and the clear understanding of what truly the hardship is that we would be being asked to correct through granting this use permit request. I don't think that every lot is buildable in the same way. I think lots do have constraints. I'm not sure that this lot has been thoroughly explored for what could be done by right. And so I'm concerned about granting a use permit under the conditions that are before us tonight.
Mr. Chairman, just for the sake of Ms. Malice, hardship is required for a variance, not for a use permit.
Okay.
The elements for the use permit are whether or not the proposal promotes compatibility of development with surrounding neighborhoods, and whether it would adversely affect the health or safety, or whether it would be detrimental to public welfare or injurious to property, or would it be in conflict with the purpose of the master plan, which is, thankfully, the requirement that there be a hardship that amounts to a taking was eliminated for use permits by the General Assembly and gave us the opportunity to grant use permits when we used to only have the opportunity to either grant or deny variance requests, which were much more difficult and did require the finding of essentially a taking by the government if we didn't grant it. So this is a much lesser requirement.
Mr. Chairman? I appreciate my colleague correcting me on this point. Nevertheless, given what the use permit requirements standards are that we would apply, I don't think it would change my position. Thank you.
I wanted to observe, I'm glad this picture is up. I wanted to observe whether or not you could have a second story on the left side. Would that be permitted, or would that also require some exception? Do you know? I don't mean to put you on the spot.
But on the left side, it's not, the left side is non-conforming. But if they went straight up on top of the left side,
where
they could do it.
Okay, I mean, apart from the person who lives adjacent to that side, you're trying to make lemonade here. I'm just suggesting that if there's a need for something on the second floor, that there's another opportunity, which would also mean that if you did enclose the porch, it would at least be one story. So I just throw that out there, which isn't necessarily a solution, but I'm inclined, though I realize this is an extremely difficult lot. Nobody changed the lot from the point at which it was originally purchased, and so it came with constraints that were existing. And so just as I was not inclined to support it in February, I appreciate some of the adjustments, but I don't think that it necessarily a massive two-story on the right side as we look at it is a very desirable option.
And I have Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller.
Yeah, I was struck by the demonstration of what exactly is encroaching here at the 17 square feet. It is a pretty small area, and I understand about this going from 1 to 2 stories, but I'm also struck by the staff's analysis. And there are 6 different properties here. They're within the realm of what the proposal is at this point. And I do appreciate the applicant making the efforts to address the concerns that we've heard about privacy, about bringing it back a bit. So I'm leaning towards being in favor of the proposals advertised.
I'd like to point out that, and perhaps ask the staff, a by right addition to the right side of this house, because the left side yard is 5 feet, would need to be 10 feet. Correct?
Not necessarily.
Oh.
On a non-conforming property, if there was a by right addition on the right side, as long as that addition met all of the zoning ordinance requirements, they could build that by right. Now, you have to remember that the zoning ordinance requirements includes coverage. So if you did a by right on the right side, you'd have to make sure that, first of all, it met setbacks and height, and that it did not increase the coverage of the whole thing.
But isn't a lot of the coverage in this driveway?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so forget.
Right,
let's
so you'd have to look at that.
And it would be very awkward on Washington Boulevard to have one space off the street and have to back into Washington Boulevard to get up. But technically that could be done, or 2 spaces could be made, or a space and a turnaround. In other words, the driveway could be greatly reduced. Let's assume they can meet the coverage requirements.
Right.
My question was to the right side, which would be that I see several numbers here, 8.6, 6.1, 7.
Mm-hmm.
What are we actually being asked to approve on this side? Sorry, I should.
The 6.1, And the 7.
And that's the eve of the little one-story areaway,
The back.
enclosed areaway that goes from the one.
Right, on the back.
That we discussed at one point, could that little section be removed? So then we get to 8, but anyway, 10 is all it has to be, or it would not be here.
Right.
And so I always want more numbers than I get. I wish there was a 10, I wish there was a distance between this, the large part of the addition and the property line.
Where you have the 6.8, this right here. Do we have a scale?
Yeah, you probably can't scale it off of that. The other thing I'll point out is an awful lot of this lot is in the front yard. This house is set back existing 35 feet from Washington Boulevard. A new house could be constructed with an 8-foot and a 10-foot yard, 25 feet back,
Right.
35 feet tall to the midpoint. So, I mean, an alternative to not adding to this house, wherever you want to add to it, is to tear it down and build a new one. Sometimes additions are better than new houses. This one has a roof line that makes it way shorter than it could be as a matter of right. So that's kind of interesting. Plus, the Board of Zoning Appeals, those of us sitting here and those of us that have been on this board over many years, have approved this kind of encroachment.
You wouldn't get 10 feet over here. You get more like about between 7 and 8 to the corner.
So it's still about the same.
Yeah, it's about the same.
It's about like somebody took a rule and went down 7, 8 feet along here. Now, I remember we discussed when we were here before about moving this whole thing forward, getting rid of the little jog that allows you to go into the back room from the family room, and moving it forward. That could possibly, well, I suppose you could move it forward enough you get to a by right situation.
Then you lose the door, though.
Yeah, and that's only one story. This part's the 2-story part. So anyway, I just some facts I wanted to put before the board. Do we have any more questions or? Questions or comments or a motion?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt the resolution approving the subject use permit with the conditions that are listed in the staff report.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been moved by Mr. Smith, seconded by Mr. Melnick. Any comments? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Carries 3-2. Thank you all very much.
Okay. Me neither. Okay. Our next case this evening is V10985-15-UP-1. This is a request by Belay Tadasi, it's a carryover, to permit a setback of 1.3 feet to the egress window well, 4.6 feet to the eave, 5 feet to the wall of the home, and the stormwater planter from the left side property line instead of 10 feet is required, 4.6 feet to the eave, 5 feet to the wall from the right side property line instead of 8 feet is required, and an aggregate side yard of 5.9 feet instead of 18 feet is required. This is for a new 3-story home with a left side egress window well and a rear stormwater planter at 1718 North Cameron Street. This case is requested to be deferred to July 15th.
Motion, please.
Defer V-10985-15-UP1 to July
15th.
the July meeting of the Board of Zoning Appeals.
I'm getting a signal from somebody in the audience. Did you put a speaker slip in? We can certainly hear. Would you come, hold your motion.
Sure, sure. I withdraw it.
Where is it? Your speaker slip. Did you give it to Cheryl?
Good.
What's your name?
Jesus. The daggone notice said thing was being deferred.
You're speaking on the next one. Yeah, we already put them on. That's their fault. So.
Right.
So you've made the motion.
I move to defer this to the July 15 meeting of the BZA.
Is there a second?
Second?
Been moved by Mr. Smith, seconded by Ms. Malice. All those in favor say aye.
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 Motion carries to defer.
4-0, freshman.
Now we're to 11008. I should have taken her speaker slip.
Now, next case, V 11-008-15-UP-1. This is a request by Natalie Pomar for a use permit for a setback of 17.5 feet to the eave and 18 feet to the new one-story addition from the North Custis Road right-of-way instead of 25 feet as required, 6.5 feet to the eave and 7 feet to the wall of the new one-story addition from the North Barton Street alley, which is the left side property line, instead of 10 feet as required, and an aggregate side yard of 12.8 feet instead of 18 feet as required. This is for a new one-story left side addition. Premises known as 2500 North Custis Road.
Any questions of the staff? All right. Can we hear from the applicant, please?
Hello, I'm Jay Shalati. I filled out the speaker slip.
Yes.
Contractor working on the project, but first, I was negligent. I forgot to bring these in a little bit earlier, but we do have 4 letters of support.
I had highlighted that absence.
Those are actually the immediate neighbors. Generally, this is a left side addition replacing what is currently an enclosed porch. Looking at the 2 streets, we have Custis Street. What we've done with the addition is actually pull it a little bit further away from Custis. The setback from the main front of the house to the addition is actually greater than it is existing right now. But we are encroaching closer towards Barton, whereas Barton as a street operates, as they stated before, it's more like an alley. It's one way, one lane, no curb, no sidewalk. And on that block, there's no houses that front Barton. So it does operate a lot more like what would be a rear or something alley. So we're trying to treat that more like a side setback. So we are encroaching a little bit closer in the existing structure, but not greatly.
Any questions of the applicant's representative? Questions of the staff at this point? I'll go ahead and call the speaker then. Teresa Martinez.
Thank you, Chairman Russell. On Monday, I received a copy of a motion to withdraw and stay proceedings in a D.C. Superior Court case, which has to do with this. May I give this to someone?
Oh, give it to us. Yes, please. I'll hand it to one of my attorneys here. Thank you. Go ahead.
This concerns ownership. The person who owned this is Jimmy Hash, and he died in 2013. The property has not been probated. There have been many disputes from Mr. Hash's family as to the ownership. I will tell you that In that motion, which was filed on the 18th, which I just removed, which I received on Monday, Natalie Pomar will be petitioning the Arlington County Court to probate Mr. Hash's last will and testament, and for aid and direction on how to handle outstanding questions regarding the trust and its assets. This is new information that was not provided to the staff, and so they would not have known of this. Ownership of the property is a legal matter that has not been resolved. The permit must be denied until this is resolved. The deeds have never been examined. The chain of deeds of gifts to Ms. Pomar have all been signed by Ms. Pomar. In other words, she signed as a, quote, power of attorney from the dying Mr. Hash to give the property eventually to herself. This has been disputed in two separate current lawsuits. One is in the bankruptcy court, the other is in the DC Superior Court, of which you have a copy. Pomar claims to have power of authority from a dying Mr. James Hash that allows her to create a living trust to give herself all of his property instead of to his family. His survivor, who does desperately need the money, is his father, 98-year-old James Hash. The existence of a valid living trust created by Ms. Pomar to give herself Mr. Hash's estate has been the subject of two separate lawsuits. Ms. Pomar has withdrawn pleadings when subpoenaed to provide the putative living trust. The ownership of the property is a legal matter, and it just has not been resolved. The use permit to Ms. Pomar must be denied until the property has been probated and ownership of the property has been decided. If, unfortunately, you were to decide to allow this permit, and what is to be created is a use of the property which is not its highest and most valuable use, it would essentially be turned into something which is in Lion Village, which would not be something that the homes mostly desired for young families would want. Also, the owners, Mr. Hash's family, would find that the property would have been decreased in value by it being demolished and in whatever state of rebuilt. So I will ask you to please deny this particular permit until the true owners of the property are known. And again, I will remind you that the deed of trust, which is filed, has never been examined. And the chain of deeds have all, since Mr. Jimmy Hash died, the chain of deeds have all been signed by Ms. Pomar herself, and it is the subject of two lawsuits. And as she said in that lawsuit, in the motion that you have before you, she is going to be taking it quite soon to the probate court. So let's let the probate court decide who owns it before taking any action which might decrease the value of the property for the true heirs.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Malice?
may I ask her a question?
Ms. Martinez, Ms. Malice has a question for you.
I'm sorry, are you a neighbor? I
I'm in
missed
Zone
that.
6. I'm in the neighborhood 6, yes.
I'm sorry?
I'm in neighborhood 6, yes. And my child used to
Don't
go.
know what neighborhood 6 means.
Oh, it's in neighborhood 6?
live
with
near-
the parking zone?
Do you
Yes,
li-
my child used to go.
Are you a nearby neighbor?
Sorry, we're not laughing at you.
I'm just
Somewhat, yeah. My child, I used to drive by the house every day. My child used to go to Key School, which is right outside of that map.
You're at 4th and Monroe.
And I know some of the neighbors
Fourth
right
and Monroe,
there.
okay.
This is the Key School neighborhood.
Okay, because you know, according to the applicant, we have signatures of approval, support for this project from the adjoining neighbors.
And I don't know how many of them know that this is legally in dispute, and this has never been probated.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I don't have any other speakers, so this is with the board.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to ask Mr. Shalati a question. Because this is, I think we went over this before, that this is signed under penalty of perjury and da-da-da-da-da. You're representing a person named Natalie Pomar, who is telling us she's the owner.
Correct.
And you're comfortable with that?
Correct.
That's all I ask.
As all I can say, I've received no information. The officially telling me otherwise. Doesn't mean I won't. Who knows what will happen? But as it stands now, that's what's been signed and told to me.
Thank you. I think you answered Mr. Smith's question. Thanks.
And Mr. Chairman, I appreciate legal issues. I really do. But I don't. I was interested in the motion to withdraw. It was interesting reading. Yes, it cast aspersions on Natalie Pomar. I don't know who she is. I've got a legal. She's the applicant. I've got a document.
No discussion between the audience and the board.
I've got a document that is a legal document that authorizes an agent to speak. He's comfortable with his relationship to the owner, who is signed under oath, saying she's the owner. If that's a problem, I'm sure there's a court across the street that will take care of that. But it's not within. I don't view it as within my jurisdiction. An application has been made for relief from the zoning ordinance, which the staff has recommended that we adopt a resolution, and I'm comfortable with it.
Any other comments?
Mr. Chairman?
Ms. Malice?
May I ask staff a question? The document that just was circulated among some of us, have you seen the document? Are you?
The first I ever saw it.
That motion.
Yes.
The motion to withdraw. Yeah.
I ever saw it.
I didn't see
Oh,
it.
I'm sorry.
Let's send it back down.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There's some proceeding that's going on in D.C., and the lawyer was saying they want out of it. That's all.
Yeah. Mr. Melnick, please.
If I can have a clarification from staff too. So when applications are filed, as far as the issue of ownership, is it correct that the only thing you rely on is the sworn statement of ownership?
We rely on the disclosure statement that is notarized.
Okay.
That says that whoever owns the property, and usually there's an owner or maybe a mortgage company there.
Mm-hmm.
They sign this, they get it notarized, and that's what we rely on.
Okay. Thank you.
I mean, I would also add that we're working under 15.2 of the Virginia Code. That's what we have, some 2 paragraphs or whatever in that code, and these issues are outside that. We approve use permits based or deny them based on the proposal for us to run with the land without prejudice about the owners or people's opinions or anything else. So.
Right. Nobody's obligated. If this use permit is approved, nobody's obligated to build it. So if in that court, say you approve it, and the court says that Ms. Pomar doesn't own it, well, a year passes, it's not built, it's just gone anyway. So it runs with the land, it runs with the house, not with the alleged owner of the property, it runs with the property. So somebody could buy it in 3 months and come and do the use permit as a new owner. But if they say that Ms. Pomar doesn't own it and nobody does anything, and the family doesn't do anything, it just expires and it's done. Nothing happens.
Or let me add this. Let's say it's me. Let's say we're not talking about this part. Let's say it's mine. I think it's my property. I come in and for a use permit for something, I build it, and somebody else comes in later in a court and says, you don't own that house. They've just bought a house with the use permit approved and then constructed.
Right, an addition.
Well, I believe.
Motion?
Yes, please.
I move the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt an attached resolution approving use permit V-11008-15-UP1.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Freshman and seconded by Mr. Smith to approve the request. All those in favor say aye.
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 Motion carries. Thank you all.
All right. Our next case is V-11-015-15-UP-1. This is a request by Michael and Nicole De Spirito to permit a setback of 5 feet to the rear property line instead of 25 as required for a new detached fireplace and a chimney. Premises known as 6308 26th Street North.
Any questions of the staff? Could we hear from the applicant, please?
Where's the applicant at? No applicant?
Michael or Nicole DeSpirito? I apologize.
No, they did not come.
Motion?
Do we want to move it to the end in case they stepped out of the room, or?
Sure.
Yeah, let's move it to the end for now. Take it back up. Go ahead, Ms. Fisher.
Well, in that case, do we have to move it?
I think so.
Okay. In the case of V-11015-15-UP1, I move deferral to the end of this meeting.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to move this item to the end of the meeting. We'll take it up when that time comes. Thank you very much. Next case, please.
Next case, V11-016-15-UP-1. This is a request from Paul and Emma Kendall to permit a setback of 4 feet to the eave and 5 feet to the wall of a new 2-story addition from the left side property line instead of 10 feet as required, and an aggregate side yard of 12.1 feet instead of 18 feet as required for a new 2-story left side addition. Premises known as 752 North Albemarle Street.
Have any questions of the staff? Could we hear from the applicant, please?
Good evening. My name is Paul Kendall from 752 North Albemarle Street, and this is my wife, Emma Kendall.
Welcome.
Just by way of explanation, a little bit of history. We both are going into our retirement years, and I wanted a place, a garage where I can do things, and my wife wanted an office. And initially, we came up with a plan to have we talked to the county and came up with a plan to have a 13 by 25 addition that would go into the backyard. No special use would be required. When we were getting bids, one of the builders suggested that we get a special use permit so that it would be more in harmony with the current house. We discussed the issue with the neighbors, and we had their support, the adjacent neighbors. We talked to the neighbors across the street, no problems there. We had to sacrifice a little bit in terms of size, but we gained by not encroaching in our backyard. We wanted to preserve that backyard, and clearly the neighbors, gauging by the number of baseballs I find in my backyard, obviously enjoyed also. So it keeps that vista in the back. So that's why we would like to have this special use permit.
Okay. Any questions of the applicants?
Just, Mr. Chairman?
Sure.
The letters that you have, one from the Spicers and one from the Prakash, do you have the addresses for those? Are those?
Yeah, well, it'd be
748 North Albemarle Street. They're just across the way from us.
Oh, it's at the top. It's at the top of the letter.
Oh, I see it. Thank
Yeah,
you.
I missed
I'm
it, too.
sorry.
Yeah. One's our immediate neighbor to our right, and the other's across the street. The other house that is affected, the landlord doesn't live there. It's rented, and so it was hard for us to find the original owner.
Yeah, 4720 is north of the house. Landlord is not there, lives in Florida. It's a rental. We didn't, and they won't be, visually they won't be impacted because it's on the side.
Thank you.
Okay, I do have a speaker.
Can
Sean?
I just ask a clarifying question?
Yes.
Because of the topography, you're building 2 stories, but it's a garage and a 1-story, right? So you're not going as high as your existing house, and you're not also going as far back as your existing house.
Absolutely not. It's just a
Right.
1 story. That's all it is. As I say, we want to avoid encroaching the backyard.
Right.
We don't want a wall along the neighbor's backyard. Neither do they.
Okay.
So this is the whole idea: is to move it up and have something that is in harmony with the current structure. If not, we'd have to move it back.
Right.
Which is fine, but,
No.
you know, we kind of like that backyard, and
Okay, thank you.
it's got a few rabbits.
Sean Nazemian. So you the builder that suggested a use permit instead of by right?
More money for the county.
He just loves, he loves to spend his time here.
Well, basically, one of the most important things for them is also having a garage, which is the first addition is a garage of the first level. And the further you go back, the topography really cuts into the backyard, and so much that's not going to be making it possible. So where they positioned it, it's really in harmony with the rest of the houses in the neighborhood, giving them a one-door garage and a first level sunroom, office, what they desire to be. And the height is going to be really under the size of anything else in respect to the rest of the house.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any questions for anybody? Mr. Melnick?
Okay, in case V 1101615 UP1, I'd like to make a motion to adopt the resolution attached to this with conditions.
It's been moved by Mr. Melnick and seconded by Ms. Freshman to approve as recommended by the staff. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you very much.
All right. Next case is V 11018-15-UP-1. This is a request from Michael and Deborah Gilman to permit a setback of 7.9 feet to the enclosed porch from the right side property line instead of 10 feet as required, a left side yard setback of 0.5 feet to the eave and 2.5 feet to the wall from the left side property line instead of 8 feet as required, and an aggregate side yard of 8.4 feet instead of 18 feet as required. This is to enclose an existing right side porch approved by a previous variance and to bring a previously approved one-story rear addition and the entire home into compliance. Premises known as 4835 24th Road North.
Have any questions of staff? Could we hear from the applicant, please? Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Michael Gilman, the owner, one of the owners of the house. We have lived in the house for 21 years. I just want to make 2 points very briefly. First, the request, at least to my mind, is simpler than it sounds in the legal description of the use permit. Essentially, there's a small enclosed porch, covered porch, on the east side of our house, about halfway back along the east side of the house, the opposite side of the house. You can't see in this particular picture. There you go. You can. That's the one. Go back one. There you go.
Go back.
So that door that you see is on that porch, small porch, 9 by approximately 9 by 6 feet porch. And we would like to enclose that and include it in the rest of the house. And the reason that we would like to do that is that, as you'll see, we have a wheelchair ramp. I have a 20-year-old wheelchair-bound son, and he has to live on the first floor of the house, and that's his entire living space. And when we originally built this to accommodate him, he was 6 years old. He's now a young adult, and the kitchen and living space that we have is essentially very narrow. It will fit his wheelchair, but because of his needs, he needs assistance with whatever he's doing, and once his wheelchair is in this space, there's no way somebody can help him. So it simply doesn't function for him and for the rest of the family, and by enclosing this space and incorporating into the kitchen and living space, we will redesign it in such a way that it will work for all of us. Thank you.
Any questions for the applicant? Or staff, or comments?
Mr. Chairman, I have
Yes,
a
ma'am.
question for staff.
Mhm.
ADA does not apply to single-family homes. It's only for multifamily. But are there guidelines for single-family home livability that sort of apply to this situation? And do you consider those when you're looking at an application?
Not for the enclosing of the porch. The ramp, the zoning ordinance allows us to approve a ramp, an ADA ramp, on a single-family property that is reasonable. It doesn't need to meet setbacks or anything.
Okay.
We look at it, and the zoning administrator has the discretion to decide whether this is a reasonable ramp to accommodate a person. But it would not cover, I don't have the authority to enclose the porch because it's for an ADA person. I could do the ramp, but not the porch.
Okay. But there still are guidelines in terms of, sort of the amount of room you need to maneuver and, and door.
That's under building code, not zoning ordinance. Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Motion?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Smith?
I was looking at the interior construction, and that wall, I'm sure, is a problem. So you're going to be able to, on the inside, probably eliminate that wall by enclosing the porch, and that'll create a lot of opening. It basically opens up that room where now there's a pinched area, and it doesn't serve any purpose. So therefore, I'd move that the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution granting the use permit V-11018-15-UP1, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report.
Second.
Motion's been made by Mr. Smith, seconded by Ms. Malice to approve the request as recommended by the staff. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you very much.
All right. Case number V11019-15-UP-1. This is a request from David Black to permit a setback of 4.5 feet to the egress window well and 7.7 feet to the addition from the right side property line instead of 8 feet as required. This is for a new 2-story rear addition and right side egress window well built in error. Premises known as 1109 21st Street South. I'd have you note that there is a letter in your packet withdrawing the request for the window well. So this would only be a request for the 7.7 feet to the addition from the right side.
And can we have an explanation of what in error means?
Built in the wrong place.
Okay. So once again, my issue.
No building permit.
Let me ask a question without looking at the stuff. So this is 0.3. This is 3 inches, 3.6 inches.
For the window well?
It's 7.7 feet instead of 8, so it's
Right.
3/10 of a foot that's off.
But it was built without a building permit, which is a different issue.
Oh, I'm not
Okay.
arguing. I wanted to.
Right.
I just wanted to get at how small, with the window well out, how small the difference is. Any other questions of the staff at this point? Okay. Could we hear from the applicant, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, my name is William B. Lawson, Jr., and I represent the applicant. We now have a favorable staff report given the withdrawal of the window well. The window well is easy to fix. We had our architect check it out, and it's not needed for emergency escape. You know, if somebody's in the basement and they need to get out, And so Mr. Black is just going to simply replace it with one that complies with the setback. This is another example of using a old house location survey. And what Mr. Black did is when he started work on the addition, he measured back from the existing building, thinking it was a certain distance from the side lot line. When he was going through the permitting process, zoning had him do an actual survey, a boundary survey that established where the boundary was. And unfortunately, he's out of compliance by 3.6 inches. We had Mr. Stevens prepare a report detailing the improvements, and he's been through there. And Mr. Black has corrected some guardrails and some handrails. There's 3 sets of guardrails and handrails that have to be corrected. There's an egress window that's not large enough. That'll be corrected. And we have a hallway that may not meet code without a modification to the code. So, so he's working on getting those. Right now he's stuck, and we'll be able to bring this into compliance and get all the permits and so forth should this board be willing to grant the request that we're seeking. I personally went and tried to see all of the neighbors on this block. To the right of that house, builder that you all know named Mr. Troutman, he's building 2 new homes. And he told us that we were authorized to share with this board that he's okay with this and that he supports the grant. He's really the only property that's impacted by this being 3 inches, 3.6 inches too close, because it's that right side of the addition that is closer to the mutual property line that's shared with Mr. Troutman. I did discuss it with a couple other neighbors on this block. They seem to be okay with it. I won't speak for them, but they chose not to sign a statement of support. Let me kind of summarize. This addition is modest. It's in character with the neighborhood. You can see that it matches the existing house very well. The mistake was made by using the original house location survey. The existing house is much closer than the addition, and there have been times when this BZA has allowed us to continue back with an addition and meeting the same setback as the existing improvement has. And the the addition is well within the policy that the staff has adopted to not grant relief beyond 5 feet. Happy to answer any questions.
Sure hope there are some. Ms. Malice?
Question. The initial problem was that the building was built without a use permit?
Yeah.
I mean, without a building permit.
No, we originally.
According to this is what we're reading in the staff report.
He had some permits and he's had some inspections, but he reached a point where the county said, stop, we're not going to give you any more approvals. And Mr. Black should not have continued. He thought it was going to be easily resolved, and it turned out it was not.
He has annoyed his neighbors. We have letters of protest over this applicant. They were at our table today. We have 1, 2, 3 that I see here.
They were presented, apparently they came in just today or recently.
I checked, I printed the staff report yesterday.
Right, we didn't have them yesterday.
Yeah, they weren't attached to our staff report either.
They weren't there.
Barnes.
You can,
Barnes.
Mr. Lawson?
Came in this week.
You can have these.
I think you may have found one.
Judy's got.
You can have these.
Okay.
I've read them. You're welcome.
They came in after the printing of the cases.
As do a lot of things, much to my.
So at any rate, the neighbors feel that there's a pattern here of disregarding the rules. And it's caused them some annoyance that they're expressing to us tonight.
Well, I have a question for somebody. Who was the contractor on this?
Mr. Black,
Did you own work on your own house?
I believe you are a contractor, is that correct?
And do you have, Barnes, you mentioned there's some partial permits. Do you have can you go down a list of, there was this permit and then this one and then this one, and then the county said, gosh, it's gotten too much and gone too far? Well, while Barnes is formulating that answer, does anybody else have a question for staff? Maybe you know, Norma, when this was first stopped.
It indicates here that we got the a complaint November 22nd, 2013, that the rear addition had been constructed without a permit. We opened an enforcement case, and a permit was then applied for on February 28th, 2014. On November 17, 2014, we had the final plat submitted showing the addition and the egress window. So there was a permit gotten, but after the fact.
So
Permit was gotten.
it went all the way up before,
Right.
but there was some mention of a partial permit. So what kind of partial permit?
I don't
was given
have any,
and-
there's no indication in permits plus of a partial permit. There was a permit given for the addition in February 2014 after the case was opened. And they did their final plat.
And it was, and at that point, it was to be by right. And then when it's all been said and done, there's 3.6 inches of something,
inches, and then there's the egress window.
which the egress window's been withdrawn.
Right,
So
that's
we're
when
dealing-
withdrawn. So we're just dealing with the 3 inches.
And help me understand, is the 3.6 inches run the full length of the
Of the
addition?
addition.
Or is it at a corner? And I could probably figure it out myself. I looked hard enough. 7.6. I don't think, we keep seeing this picture. Isn't it a side that we want to see?
Right, go to this, that side right there.
Yeah, but it's back in the back.
Mm-hmm.
Or is the port, no, yeah. Is there a view from the back? Right. Did you not give permission to come on the property? Try the next one. How about the next one down, Cheryl? That's the one we had, so I guess that's good enough. So even though it sits in further than the existing wall of the house, it doesn't quite meet 8 feet.
Right,
The existing wall of the house is only
like 6.
6.1, 5.6 at the corner
Yeah.
where the porch is.
Mhm.
So, okay, thanks. You got some information for us, Mr. Lawson?
Yeah, if I could approach, I did not go to these individuals. The letters that you have are these 3 houses directly across the street. I went this way.
Mm-hmm.
The addition is in the rear. These folks can't even see it. And you have, this is a much less out of character than the neighborhood. I would respectfully submit that Mr. Black would like to answer your question about the permits.
Okay, glad to hear from him.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Could you repeat your question one more time, please?
What permits did you get at what time progressing through doing this construction?
We started with a garage permit. There's a separate detached garage, and then an electrical permit, and then we started on the building permit for the addition of the house.
But you started construction before they gave you the building permit?
Yes.
And you constructed it all before they gave you the building permit?
Yes.
Okay. At what point was a wall check plat done? After, well, obviously after it was built. And then that's when it was discovered that there was 3.5 inches off on that one side.
Well, what happened is zoning required a redo of the plat, and the second survey of the plat put the house a little bit closer to the lot line than the plat that I used.
Okay, does anybody else have Ms. Malice, you have a question?
So I understand that the request for the window well has been withdrawn,
Yes, ma'am.
but the house is already built, so what happens?
What we could do is take out the existing window well that protrudes too far towards the property line and put in a window well that doesn't protrude as far.
And that will be,
Flush with the ground, too.
and that will be within code?
Yes, ma'am. Because that window well is not an egress window well. In that picture behind you, there's an exterior entrance to the basement, so the window well doesn't have to meet egress requirements.
And I guess my question is for staff. How do you assure, given that it's been withdrawn but it's already built, what would be your process for assuring that it's been removed?
Well, we would have to send an inspector out and give probably 10 days after this hearing or whatever to remove it. Then if it's not removed, we'd have to start an enforcement action. So we do an inspection, get an agreement from the owner of the 10 days or so that it would be removed, go back out and make sure it's removed.
And if I may add on to that, and it can be 5 feet? Is that right?
It can be 5 feet from the property line.
Presently, it's 4.5 feet. So really only has to reduce it half a foot. But if he can reduce it even more than that if he wants to, because he has another egress, which is the doorway in that room.
So the denial of it's not removing the window, the denial of the withdrawal of the window well is not withdrawal of the whole window well, it's withdrawal of
the request.
The request to make, for the variance.
The withdrawal of the window well is withdrawing the window well that needs a use permit. But he can build another window well by right with a permit that is the 5 feet from the property line.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I do have speakers on this item. Are there any questions for the applicant or the staff at this point? Not, I'll go to the speakers. Deborah Kagan, please.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I ask that you consider my letter that I sent you before is in record, and because there's a hockey game with my name on it, I'd like to see the last period of that game, so I will go quickly. I'm going to quote back to you what I heard from Ms. Freshman earlier tonight. It's not okay to do what you want and then come in here for relief. And that's exactly what has happened here, and that's what exactly has happened with this house since its inception. No building permit was ever gotten to build the house. He knew he didn't have a permit. He told many of us he didn't have a permit because he was going to build it anyway. Something was given to me today and I'm going to quote from a 26 March 2015 court reporting document, which says in regards to obtaining county permits, this was in a different case related to Mr. Black, and I quote, "I did a lot of work without all of the permits to do it. When asked why, he said, because getting the permits is very difficult for me, and it's a lot more expensive to get them, you know, and the intent of permits is to make sure you build something right. I know what I'm doing. I build it better than what code needs to be. I don't have to have a permit to instruct me how to build a quality home." He then admitted that he had no permit.
Madam Chair, Mr. Chairman, where was that from?
It was from a deposition that was filed on 26 March 2015 related to
By
other
whom?
legal issues.
Who was being deposed?
Mr. Black.
Okay, thanks.
So even though this seems like a tiny little infraction, it is a culmination of infractions. As you said, he built this thinking that it would be a fait accompli, that he would come in here one day and you would sprinkle fairy dust on it and say, it's okay. It's okay that you keep doing this, and we're going to now give you permission to continue to behave this way because the rules clearly don't apply to him. So I just ask you, in light of this, are you comfortable giving a waiver to someone who willfully and quite intentionally did not get the required permit, who doesn't believe he needs them because he knows better than all of you here tonight and all of those county employees who presumably are specialists how to build a house, and none of you do, because that's what he said in that deposition. So I ask you to deny the waiver, even though it seems like a tiny point, because it is not a tiny point. It is a culmination of issues. And by the way, I'm not a real betting person, but if I were, I would bet you that that window wall does not get repaired in the time frame that the county requires. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Flanagan. Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Thanks for taking time to hear my comments. My letter has been included in the official record. My name is Ryan Flanagan. My objection is simply a matter of principle. Somebody didn't follow the rules, and when you don't follow the rules, you should be held accountable for that. My fear is that by giving Mr. Black a pass this evening with a use permit, that just encourages a bad situation and encourages an environment where other prospective builders or members of the community are apt to do work seemingly on their own volition without the proper permitting. We've all done work on our houses, I'm sure. I know I have, a lot of it. But I've applied for the permits through the county. I've had those permits approved. I've had those inspections completed. I follow the rules to the best of my ability. We have a great house. It's a great neighborhood. And we have great neighbors, and we want to preserve the atmosphere of that wonderful neighborhood. Mr. Black, I would submit, is eroding that atmosphere. And again, for me, in summary, it's a matter of principle. You follow the rules, you should be held accountable. And in this case, the rules weren't followed, and Mr. Black hasn't been held accountable. And I hope that this evening the board will hold Mr. Black accountable. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the last speaker. It's with the board.
I don't get a rebuttal, Mr. Chairman?
Oh, absolutely. Yes, indeed. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'll try to be very brief. The case that was read from is a custody battle that occurred between Mr. Black and his former wife. And he was trying to get this done so he could have custody of his children. He made a mistake. He's paid dearly for it. It's cost him many, many, thousands of dollars extra beyond what this should have cost him. Like I say, he thought this was an easy fix and that he could proceed, and it turned out that it was not an easy fix. Everything has stopped. If the county had not done a stop work order, we could have gotten inspections, and so that's why I had Mike Stevens, the architect, go through here so that I could share with you all that it does appear to be in order with a couple very minor things that Mr. Black is correcting. One of the things that you all can do as a BZA is you can require a bond be posted. And so you could require a bond be posted of, $5 grand to ensure the window well gets fixed. And then the last thing is none of these folks let's remember, this is a land use application. It should be decided on the merits of the land use, not to punish Mr. Black and these neighbors that spoke so passionately. They can't even see the addition. They can't even see the portion of this addition that does not comply with the ordinance. It's 3.6 inches off. It was a mistake because of an old house location survey. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, comments by the board?
Mr.
Questions?
Mr.
Ms.
Chairman?
Malice?
Question for staff. Well, are there penalties associated with not getting a use or a building permit? Is there?
What happens is if you build and you get a stop work and you don't get a building permit, we allow, the first thing we do is the educational letter. Then we allow you 10 days to go and apply for your building permit. If it keeps going on, we get to a point where we can start issuing tickets. And once we get to, if the building permit is never applied for, once we get to an amount of $5,000 in tickets, it goes to the court, and the judge takes it over. But that's the penalty.
Now, that did not happen in this instance?
No, because he got a building permit.
He has a building. What Mr. Lawson said, I think, is correct. I think the community, even though they can't see the specific addition, feels aggrieved because their neighbor is not following the rules that apply to everyone. That, I understand, is not a land use issue per se. Mm-hmm. The land use issue is the actual variance that they're asking for. So I don't know how to make the neighbors feel satisfied that, that justice has been done in that case. But that's not something that I think we can do.
If I may, it seems to me that in terms of whether you build without a permit, particularly if you're a contractor, is separate from the land use issues, and that it is the licensing agencies related to contracting and your performance where you, punishment can be dealt out versus we're given, as I mentioned in a case earlier, we're given a request for something on the land. This could have been, say, my house again. My contractor did this. So maybe my neighbors would feel sorry for me because my contractor did these things in error. In this instance, it's a contractor owner who has made some pretty big mistakes, it seems to me, with regard to the process of building and building permits in that area of the law. But again, our area is very narrow as to what we consider and how we base it on other rulings that we've made, the particular piece of property itself, and those sorts of things. Others? Mr. Melnick.
Yeah, so I'm struck by just the explanation of an old survey being used, and we see that whether regardless of the reason, it's that does happen, whether there's a building permit or not, and I'm also considering that we're dealing with inches here, and I was looking at the layout of the house, and there's a lot of room in the house. So it doesn't appear like this was, to try to get some advantage within the house because there's plenty of room to deal with. So, and also like the chairman has said, there's processes that work themselves out here with the building permit. So if somebody doesn't do something right, the process has ways of dealing with that. And here we are because there's some inches based on an old survey. So. For me, I feel for the neighbors because there's a process, there are laws, but we are here because the ordinances and the law are being followed, and we're just here to make a decision about the neighborhood and the standards that you've heard. So,
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Smith,
Ms. Kagan and Mr. Flanagan, I heard you very clearly, and I've read your materials, and I agree with you. And that doesn't, but I also agree with my colleagues with respect to what our jurisdiction is. What you have done very effectively is put Mr. Black on probation publicly. And maybe that means nothing maybe it means nothing to him, but we often see builders come back over time with different projects, and credibility is something that is hard to repair once it's been damaged. I'm sure Mr. Black doesn't like the idea that there's a cloud over him, or maybe it doesn't matter, but there have been some issues raised. Certainly, his admissions were direct. He didn't equivocate. He didn't give any excuses. He admitted straight, quite plainly, yes, he did all these things wrong, or these several things wrong. And hopefully he's put on notice as a professional builder that that kind of behavior is going to maybe not be met in the future with sympathy. And it may be to the detriment of a customer as opposed to himself. But I'm also inclined in this case to grant a subject use permit, but I'm also made well aware of Mr. Black's history with respect to this and the issues that you've raised. So I appreciate that.
Any other comments? Questions? Yes, ma'am. Board? One comment, please. The speaking time is over, but.
I had no expectation that we would do anything with waivers tonight. But I felt it was important to get on the record that the use of the word accident here is pejorative at best and ridiculous in the extreme. Because nothing here was done by accident. It was done with policy forethought. And he built this hoping that it would all be swept under the rug after the fact. And unfortunately, that's precisely what's happening. We had no expectation that he would do anything with waivers.
Thank you. It's with the board, please. Motion?
I'm happy to make a motion.
Thank you, Ms. Malice.
I'd like to move that the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution in case number V-1119, V-11019-15-UP-1, denying the window well, but granting a use permit for a setback of 7.7 feet to the addition from the right side property line instead of 8 feet as required, subject to the conditions listed in the resolution. And if I get a second, I'd like to also ask for a unanimous consent to add a condition.
Is there a second? It's been moved by Ms. Malice, seconded by Ms. Freshman. Ms. Malice?
I would seek unanimous consent to add a condition that the owner be required to post a $5,000 bond to ensure that the window well is brought into compliance.
I'll second that motion.
Or you just don't object.
Oh, well, I don't object, but I will hit on the record that I'm seconding the motion too. I won't object.
All right. So
Do we put a date certain?
The date in terms of compliance, I think, would be up to the zoning office in terms of when you want to make the inspection.
Do you recommend that, or?
Well, the way we would do the compliance is probably 10 days from a date a letter went out, and then in another 10 days, we expect compliance.
So 30 days, if you say 30 days?
30 days.
Mr. Lawson?
I certainly understand the point. I would like to make a suggestion that if he doesn't replace it on his own, say within 10 days of the stop work order being lifted, then he posts a bond.
No.
He can replace this like in a day.
My motion stands as.
Yeah,
my motion stands as presented.
Okay.
So did you add any time on your motion?
30 days.
30 days, okay, within 30 days.
Removal.
Okay.
Any comments, further comments? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Okay. Next case, V 11-020-15-UP-1. This is a request by Kent and Joan Elliott to permit a setback of 2 feet to the egress window well, 4.8 feet to the eave, 5.3 feet to the wall of the one-story addition from the right side property line instead of 10 feet as required, and an aggregate side yard of 10.6 feet instead of 18 feet as required. This is for a new one-story rear addition with right side egress window well, premises known as 2315 North Nottingham Street.
Any questions of staff? We hear from the applicant, please.
Good evening. My name's Kent Elliott, one of the owners of the house. My wife is out of town at this time, but as y'all could see from the previous picture, very small house in the neighborhood that's had many renovations. Built in 1936, your basic early Arlington house, adding a one-story addition into the back, which will give us a realistic kitchen and a large family room. The last of our children are heading out to college next year, but as you know, they don't always go and stay gone, so the 4 of them may be back and probably will be. And so we now have the ability to put on addition onto this house that we have purchased. Right now, the right setback that we're asking for is just a continuation of the right side of the house. It has a 5-foot setback. We're asking to come back in 5 feet 6 inches. And in the recommendations from your staff, they recommended not to put in the window well. Our intent is long-term would be to eventually come back in and in the basement be able to add in additional bedrooms. And so there would be window wells on the left and right sides, egress windows on the left and right side of the basement that will go in as part of this one-story addition. One of the neighbors that signed my request is Lori Way. She lives to the right of the house. Her house is the one that would butt to the shorter side, and she's okay with putting in that egress window, that 5 feet of side alley. As you can see, it's never really going to be used. It's not used now in the house as it sets, and will continue not to be used. And eventually there'll be a privacy fence that runs between the 2 houses. So she's okay with us putting in the egress window also. There was reference of putting the egress window off the back end of the house. Eventually we'd like to be able to put in a deck off the back of the house, and it would make it more difficult with the egress window coming off the back end of the house. We have quite a large family in the area, and so we'd like to be able to entertain. Pending your questions.
Why is the deck not part of the request now?
Because of finances. It's just, it'll be a step off the back for now, and then we'll come back later.
Then let me ask a question of staff. Wouldn't a deck need a use permit, depending upon how far it comes in each direction?
Well, it's according to how big the deck would be.
Narrow, it would.
It's a narrow deck, it wouldn't, because they get 4 feet.
Yes, sir.
They get to encroach 4 feet.
Okay.
But it would have to be a pretty narrow deck.
So that would be into the sides. I mean, they got plenty of backyard, right?
Right, but it would be, if they built it by right, they need to be, they can only encroach 4 feet into each side yard. But you see, their side yards, they don't have 8 and 10.
Right.
They've got 8 on one side, they've only got 5 on the other side.
8 and 5.
Got 8 and 5. So on the one side, they could go in there 4, but over on the other side, they'd be shorter.
Yes, sir.
And there's a door going out of the kitchen that onto this possible future deck that might be, in other words, you could do a big deck
Well,
straight out the back.
The picture that you're seeing there is without the addition, so that doorway would be gone.
Well, you say future screen porch.
Yeah, what I'm looking at is a door.
Yeah, with the screen, with the, what does it say, second door? What is
Oh,
that?
yes, sir. I think we put on there,
Anyway, it's not technically,
we just kind of drew a square on the back.
yeah, I
and-
appreciate that. And it looks like perhaps to accommodate that kitchen door, when you come to do the deck, you might have to come back for a use permit to do that part, depending. But it's not the subject of this tonight, and there's nothing about these drawings that implies a future deck being granted by us.
Correct, sir.
I have a question.
Mr. Melnick?
When egress window wells get this close to the lot line, some people have discussed putting a cover over them, for safety. Is that something y'all have considered?
We've looked at it right now with the elevation. It looks like that window well is going to be maybe 2 feet, maybe a foot deep. The sister to my house is to the left, and they've put on their addition, they have a window that, because of the way the lot is, it didn't have to have a window well. Looking at our house is actually about 1.5 feet shorter when you look side to side. And so we think it may, if we needed one, it may be a foot. It wouldn't be a 4-foot drop or a big hole on the side.
Okay.
Well, let me follow up a question on that. You've got two window, well, no, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong. If you put that window towards the front of your house in that lower level, because you slope from your backyard down towards
Yes,
the
sir.
street, right?
Yes, sir.
So what you just said, I may not need that much of a window well. I mean, perhaps moving it further to the front, I don't know.
Yes,
They're
sir. No,
close,
sir.
they're showing.
Yes, sir, we could
foundation
come back
already, though.
towards the street side and not require it. Just like if you look in the picture you see right now, there's egress windows in the front of the house.
Yeah, see what I'm saying?
And
Already.
so,
Right, now I see.
but the back lot is kind of crooked. The left, as you're looking back to the house, the left side's higher than the right side.
Okay.
So it gets kind of tight. We figured it better to ask for it than as we work through it and find out we need it. Because you can see the windows that are currently in the basement. Those wouldn't qualify as egress windows. If we dropped them down, they would need maybe 6 inches just to make sure you had good drainage. But of course, once you dig below the ground, that's an egress window, and don't want to get on the edge of skirting any rules and have to come back. We prefer to ask, and
Don't build without a
if you say
permit.
no, then we don't. Then we don't do it.
Okay, I think we beat the window well. Any other comments or questions? I do not have any speaker slips for this one. I seem to still have a whole meeting to do. I'll entertain a motion. Somebody like to make one?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think I'm inclined to grant the use permit for what was advertised. In other words, the alternative, which I presume is in here, the approval as advertised, which would grant the window wells. Which
There's only one.
the window well, yeah. So therefore, I'd move that we adopt the alternative resolution, which is to approve the subject use permit as advertised in V-11020015-UP1, subject to the conditions listed in that resolution.
It's been moved by Mr. Smith and seconded by Ms. Freshman to approve the use permit as requested and advertised. All those in favor say aye.
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 Motion carries. Yes, sir.
Okay, our next case is a request, we have a request for variance and a request for a use permit. We'll do the variance first. This is V 11021-15-VA-1, a request by Long and Stephanie Westerlund for a variance to permit a total lot coverage of 47.6% instead of 43% as permitted for a new rear porch with a second-story addition above, a rear deck, a rear chimney, 2 rear projecting bays, and a right side projecting bay. Premises known as 2010 North Dinwiddie Street.
Any questions of staff? All right, well, could we hear from the applicant, please?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you very much. My name is Long Westerland. I live at 2010 Dinwiddie. We bought the house in 2012, and shortly thereafter we had a baby. And I have 3 children, 6, and 2. This house was built originally with the master on the first floor, 3 bedrooms upstairs. We've made it work, but at a certain point, we were like, we need to build a master up where the kids are. So naturally, we wanted to go out the back. If you look at the map, we wanted to go out the back where the garage is, and as a matter of right, we can do that. However, because of the way that the garage sits, the roof line is going to look weird. It's going to look like the house had a little baby. So we thought, let's just build it so it looks and it fits into the overall structure of the house instead of having a little room above that. So in order to do that, I would like to request a variance because the driveway covers most of the other 43 to 45%, and in order to get the compliance, I have to dig up the driveway, which, I mean, they built the driveway in the back of the house, so there's a long driveway, and so either I build it so that the roof line looks weird and the new addition on the back looks weird, or I dig up portions of my driveway, and then it would look a little bit off because you have gravel and then you have asphalt. So that's why I'm asking for a variance, and my architect's here.
Let me ask you a question then. But you could modify the driveway and not need a variance for?
If you modified the driveway, I mean, you'd have to dig it up and then you'd get asphalt, right? Or, I mean, you'd get like dirt, gravel, whatever.
I'm not sure that's the case.
What would you do if you dug up the driveway? Because the driveway runs the length all the way back to the...
Maybe I should have asked the question of the staff. Is it possible to modify the driveway to get away,
Well, you could modify the driveway because I believe DES requires 10 feet across. You'd have to ask DES what they require. But if you dug up some of the asphalt or dug up the driveway and put gravel, that wouldn't solve anything because the gravel counts.
Oh, the gravel counts?
Yes, you'd have to dig.
Okay.
You'd have to just have grass. You'd have to have a very narrow asphalt and have grass. But DES would need to tell you how minimum your driveway could be as far as width.
That would, again, be a little bit of an issue, I think, because then you're talking about lawn, and then I got to dig up the whole thing. I guess it would be probably the whole thing, and then I guess you're talking about runners. You want?
even if you did runners, the whole width of the driveway is counted.
Okay, then we can't build above, I mean, then I can't dig up that driveway, obviously. I would have to build a mini.
And we don't need to pursue this here. I thought somebody knew whether, if the, that this variance question could be taken care of by reducing the driveway. And knew for a fact, somebody had calculated it all. So it cannot.
Yes, it
so
cannot.
He cannot proceed with the addition without the variance because of the combination of the size of the addition and the size of the required driveway.
Mr. Chairman?
Ms. Malice?
I'm just reading staff's analysis, and staff suggests removing 347 square feet of driveway in order to meet total lot coverage, and that's on page 3.
And that would do it according to this.
According to them, yes.
Thought about that, but then she said it still is covered.
And I'm asking a question, Cole, to people. It's like I'm giving a pop quiz, and I shouldn't be doing that. I'd wonder if Ms. Malice has essentially answered my question.
So that is the solution, and the staff discussion basically says there's no hardship in doing that.
But then I couldn't get to my, driveway.
It's not, he wouldn't say that I assume, I'm speaking for the staff person now. I don't believe he would say that you could get there and without being able to get to your driveway. But maybe that's a question. Maybe this is not ripe for this evening.
Yes. I think he assumed that if you dug up the driveway and put gravel, that it was porous maybe, and that...
No, he knows that.
No, he knows that.
He knows.
And the other thing, do you have a contractor, anybody working with you that's professional on this stuff?
Yes, sir.
Then that's the kind of information you should be getting from your contractor, I believe. Sitting down with staff and pursuing ways to not have the Board of Zoning Appeals have to grant a variance.
A copy.
This is not a use permit, this is a variance.
Yes, sir.
Which has different standards. And my first approach, if I was working on my property, is I'd want to know, am I up against the wall and having to ask for it, or do I have to scrap this whole project? And if it's taking a foot off the side of the driveway for the full length, and I can still get my cars down there and it meets the code, that takes care of us.
Okay,
not,
yeah. I mean, absolutely, I would do that if it did, but I think this is, if you...
I'm sure you would.
Sir, but
Mr. Chairman, because the issue is that, it's the size of the addition, and so staff is making a helpful suggestion that says that you can maintain the size of your addition by finding a way to reduce your driveway.
I think I'm expressing my frustration that these kinds of things don't get worked out before they come here, if it's something like that, so that it's clear to Mr. Westerland that, oh, you mean I could have taken a foot off the side of the driveway? That's not a problem. I don't know what that amount is, what that solution is, but people sitting down trying to make things match the ordinance as much as they can, especially with regard to a variance and this coverage section of the zoning ordinance, he said. So I'm sorry, that's we have speakers on this as well, I believe. And does anybody have any more questions for Mr. Westerland or the staff on the variance? Not yet? I just asked if anybody had any more questions. And I'm sorry, I don't mean to make you sit back down. Please, come forward. You are Paulette Washington? Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I really don't know a whole bunch about this, but I've been here since 7:30 and I've learned a lot.
I'll come back on a better night.
I live right next door to Long, and if you could pull up one of those pictures, I can show you my house. That one right there with the bays poking out. Okay, that's where I am, and if you turn around and get Long's backyard, okay.
You may not have one.
You may not
That's
have
you
one.
back
There
there.
we are. That's my deck. Off the
Oh, I
back.
see it.
Okay, the red one. I don't know what he's trying to do, but from my understand, he's trying to come from the peak and bring all that back over top of the driveway and make that a bedroom. Is that what he's trying to do?
Sort of.
Somebody educate me. Okay, that's what he's trying to do.
Cozart, to address your questions with regard to
All right.
It's not the whole, well,
Well, you got this, right?
No, I don't have anything.
You didn't pick up the staff report at the table? I thought you were looking for it earlier.
I'm new at this, I didn't. I just got this
Staff report,
in the
they're
mail,
pictures.
and I showed
Get the
up.
staff report, they're pictures, and you can see exactly what it is.
That's what he's trying to do. I just feel like that's like extremely massive. And according to what I heard in the back today, I learned that a variance has to be a hardship. And I don't feel that that is a hardship. He has a master bedroom. He bought the house in 2013. And when he bought the house in 2013, he knew that he purchased a brand new house with a master bedroom on the first floor. And the county's going to allow him to, I don't know if you guys are, but allow him to put a massive master bedroom in the back.
You might want to get this and look at page 12. Yeah, page 12 is your side view, your side elevation.
And the floor plan would show that the addition would go above the garage.
And it would be
Above the garage, and it's going to meet the top of the, is that allowable? Is that what
Looks
you
like
guys
this.
allow these people?
If you go to this page, you'll see.
Mm-hmm.
I'm at 9.
they're not numbered, but.
Yeah, if you keep going.
Yeah.
You keep
11.
going
Down in the
building plan,
corner.
Into the building plans, yeah. You keep going, go to page 12.
Right, if you look at page 11 and page 12, keep going.
Are these the page numbers here?
It's
11 and 12.
Yep.
That's 8, 6, and a 7. Do I have the wrong ones? Okay,
No.
12.
Keep going.
I got it.
11 and 12.
Okay. So, this is what you guys allow people to do on a variance, is what I'm asking you. I see what he's trying to do. Is this what you guys allow?
We haven't voted
Neighbors
yet.
to come in after buying a house in 2013?
There's two things. What's allowed by the zoning ordinance.
Okay.
There's things that are allowed by the zoning ordinance. And then if you want to do something a little more, you can request a use permit, or in this case, he needs a variance for how much he's covering his lot.
But didn't
Mostly,
I don't mean to cut you off, but didn't you say a variance is a hardship? Is this a hardship situation?
There's two actions before us, a variant, sorry.
we have this case and then we have another case about the addition. This is a variance case. We have two cases on the agenda.
Okay.
And you can speak to both of them. But the first one we're dealing with is the variance case, and that's how much his property, his buildings and his driveway and any sheds or any stuff cover the lot. That's what we're dealing with right now. But I want you to understand, because you've asked the question, what can he do? He can go straight up above that existing garage by right all the way to the top of that roof, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd ask the zoning administrator to correct me if I'm wrong on that.
Right,
So-
even though his setbacks are non-conforming, if he builds straight up, well, he can't really go straight up on top of the garage, because you cannot build new construction above an encroaching garage.
Even if it's part of the main building?
Can't do it,
So
it's
you-
still a garage. He would have to push the bedroom back to meet the 10 feet, is this R6?
Yep.
He would have to push the left side of the bedroom back to meet the 10-foot setback over top of the garage.
Got it.
Because see, the garage is under this porch and under the house. So he could build on top of the garage. The only thing he'd have to do is he'd have to meet the 8 feet on the right side and push it back to meet the 10 feet on the left side. But he could almost go over that entire garage.
I was trying to help here get a concept of what he can do without coming to us for asking for anything.
Right, he just couldn't go,
He can build right much.
right
all the
over
way
that garage.
Over the garage. See, I don't want us to deny it, and then he gets a building permit to do by right, and then you see a great big addition up there that he can do as a matter of right, and say, well, wait a minute, didn't they deny what he wanted? So, that's what's confusing, I find, about this particular case, as to what is exactly being
Yeah.
asked for here.
Because
I mean, I know what's being asked for,
Thing
but I don't
is,
think it's
I have a
obvious.
deck, and he's gonna build a bedroom, so I feel like I gotta tiptoe around him for him to be quiet. I mean, for me to be quiet so he can go to sleep. And I don't want to step on the use permit because you haven't gotten there to that point yet, but I just kind of wanted to be really educated about what the county will allow a person to do, because I don't know, and you guys are educating me on this, and whether you guys are going to give them a variance based on this concoction.
And I would recommend that you sit down with staff and have them work with you on what he's proposing to do and what he can do without getting anything approved from us.
So you're telling me that this variance that he's trying to get from you guys right here is not under the hardship situation?
Yes, this is the first item we have is a variance for coverage. Then, in a minute or two, we're going to take up the use permit, which is for the building.
The
Right
use
now,
permit
we're
is for
dealing
the
with
building?
Yes, and if you've heard our discussion, we've been talking about, can he answer the variance question by removing some of the driveway? And it sounds like he can.
Is there a minimum on
So what we may want to do, we've heard your comments, we may want to see if we can take care of the variance question with the board, and then get on to the use permit, which is about that addition.
You do it by right.
And this is a bay window on the side of the bedroom?
He's asking, I'm sorry,
Please.
Mr. Chairman. Yeah, on the right side here.
Mm-hmm.
He's asking for that right there.
A bay window, yes.
that's
what she
On
is.
the,
And that's
on
the
the-
8.6.
okay. Yeah, that's on the lower floor. That's not the master bedroom. These are the master bedroom windows up here. But yeah, no, that's,
That's part of the new addition on those bays right there. Because his property stops right here, and this is all what he's gonna, this whole new house is gonna be right here.
and what I was trying to get clear with the zoning administrator is how much of that you see right there, that's next to you, can he build without asking any permission from us?
A lot.
You can build on your property as a matter of right. You just come in and you get building permits and you meet all the codes and meet all the setbacks, and you can build it. You don't have to come before us for a use permit or any kind of relief. Now, he wants to build a little more, or more, I shouldn't say a little more, I shouldn't give a judgment to it. But he can build an awful lot of this as a matter of right. And that's what I wish, somebody, him, or somebody on staff would sit down and show you exactly what he can build by right, so that you understand that you're liable to get that anyway, whether we grant him anything or not. A lot of it. Now, from what I've looked at, it wouldn't be quite all of this.
It wouldn't be quite as big, because he'd have to set that bedroom back to the 10 feet, but he could get a lot of it.
You could get a lot of it.
He could get a lot of it.
So when I walk out my deck, I see wall.
Yeah, he could get a lot of it.
But you could do the same thing.
No, I'm okay. I don't need to add anymore. I built my master bedroom on the top level when I did the house. I didn't purchase it on the first floor and decide 2 years later I'm going to create an addition.
Well, thank you very much. Let us take care of this first case, and then you might want to speak again, and I'll ask you if you do when we get to the next one. Dino Ponce? Are you the builder?
No, I'm a designer.
Oh, you're the designer.
I'm his agent. So my name is Dina Ponce, for the record. Yeah, the reason we're asking for this variance, like, I guess to answer the question of the lady, by right we can go over the garage, okay? But they wanted a little extra space. I guess they have a big backyard. The problem, this house was a builder's house. They bought it off the internet when they built it, and it was designed for any lot, you want to say, somewhere in Texas, whatever. So this doesn't have any access to the back. There's no windows to the back, so it's just, they say it wasn't designed right by that. And the master bedroom was on the first floor next to the kitchen, So Mr. Long wants to make the master bedroom on the second floor, to make this house, North Arlington house, to make it a nice house, let's say. So that's why we're asking for the variance, just to have a deck at the back, go right to the backyard. Right now they don't have access to the backyard. And they want a screen porch to the left of the new family room, just to make it a nicer house. Now, in this report, you say that he doesn't have a hardship, but I believe he has a hardship. I know I dealt with the zoning people at the county already, and I guess they didn't agree with me, but the garage is in the back. So the garage is in the back. You have a long driveway, which, Mr. Long bought the house, but it came like that, let's say. So by right, he can go up, but he cannot go anywhere else because this lot is maxed out. Actually, it's over the limit. It's supposed to be 43. It's close to 45. Now, it was approved by the county 4 years ago. So something went wrong, I guess, or somebody did something wrong. But that's what I'm...
A few questions. We're going to have more opportunity to talk to you. When was this house built? 2011. So how can the garage or any of the main building be non-conforming, and why can't you build over it?
That was my question. I questioned the 45% coverage that they allegedly said they have. Glide Hawkins said they had 41.15% coverage when it was built. So I don't know where the extra came from that they calculated.
That was their calculation, the applicants.
Right, when it was built, the plat that was approved by my senior plan reviewer said that the lot coverage presented was 41.15%. Glide.
Now, does the current plat match that plat?
We looked at it, Essie and I looked at it, did numbers, and we found that it looks like the coverage now is more than that. But obviously, it wasn't caught.
And that would be the very same building. That was what was throwing me off, is that how can, and so, I keep going to the use permit questions. I wish we'd just deal with the variance issue.
Well, on the variance issue, is that asphalt all the way back to the?
The retaining wall. See the plat?
I was looking on a plat for it. It wasn't really clear how far the asphalt went because there's a wall.
See anything on this?
There's a wall back.
Looks like that says 1 foot concrete wall that goes and turns and back and goes to the back of the house. So it's a little retaining wall. Is that concrete up to the edge of the wall? Okay, that's it. Yeah, and that's actually beyond the back of the house.
Right.
You've got concrete beyond the garage, beyond the apron of the garage.
Right.
That's what it looks like in this picture.
So even if they were approved for the 41% and nobody caught that they built 45% and it's over 60 days old, I couldn't do anything with that anyway.
All right, so maybe the coverage was wrong. I mean, we have stated in our staff report, we have stated in our staff report that the driveway can be reduced.
Right.
I mean, I have to rely on that.
Right. You can reduce that.
And that, enough has been looked at. It does seem to be well, I can't,
13 and a half.
again, well, that's to the line. If you look at the arrows.
Yeah, it is to the line, yeah.
It's another foot or something off.
The wall, yeah, it's going to be a
And
foot.
there's a 1 foot concrete wall all down along there. But, I mean, I have to go by that the staff has said that this could be answered, which separates, for me, the variance issue from the use permit and the addition. Other board members, thank you very much. That's our last speaker. Other board members have questions or comments on this?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I haven't heard anything. When granting a variance, you have to find something that's a problem with the land, the slope, there's a sanitary sewer easement or something that runs with the land that takes away the beneficial use of that part. I haven't heard that. What I have heard is, and what I've done is done a design that eliminates some of the driveway to go under. I haven't calculated it exactly, but I bet you could get under if you shaved it. So I don't see a hardship that amounts to a taking with respect to the lot coverage issue that would necessitate the granting of a variance. That's where I am with respect to that. There's some other things with respect to, bay window and porch and deck and that kind of a thing with the side yards, but with the coverage issue, I don't see the basis for granting a variance personally right now.
Any other comments by board members?
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Malice.
I am in agreement, and I'm prepared to make a motion.
Ms. Malice.
I move that the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution denying variance V110221-15-VA-1.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded to deny the variance request. Any comment? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The variance is denied, but it sounds like you can probably find some area out of the driveway. We're now on, would you call the next case, please, Ms.?
Next case is V 11021-15-UP-1. This is a request by Long and Stephanie Westerlund to permit a setback of 6.6 feet to the projecting bay from the right side property line instead of 8 feet as required for a new right side projecting bay, premises known as 2010 North Dinwiddie Street.
I have a question. And this is just to repeat what you just said, basically. It's nothing but the bay window?
Nothing but the bay window.
Thank you. Is Ms. Washington still here? I'm going to take Ms. Washington. Do you want to speak on this one? All we're being asked to approve is the bay window.
I want you to educate me what he's trying to do, because this is all new, so. Can I see your drawings again?
Let me ask the staff a question while you're finding the page you want.
Am I supposed to be on page 12?
I'm not
Probably
sure.
page 5 is a better one.
I got it.
Okay, Ms. Smith, I'll do that. Let me ask Ms. Cozart a question right quick. So, this is by right, except for the projecting bay window.
Except for the projecting bay window.
Is he over the property line?
You see,
Now, let me think about this for a minute.
you can't build
I
because it's
think
non-conforming.
That when he comes in for a building permit, this might have been overlooked. He's trying to build on top of an encroaching, but no, the garage is not encroaching.
That was my point
The
earlier.
garage is not encroaching. You've got the variance, you've got the coverage issue, but the garage is not encroaching into the setback over here.
So the recommendation is to approve it, assuming they address the coverage issue, and they have to because we just denied the variance.
That was my point, that they can't do anything until they address the coverage issue.
Right, they've got to address the coverage.
Which might be addressed by taking 2
Right.
feet out the side of the
Driveway.
driveway for the full length.
Right. But he couldn't put the bay window in, even if we granted it, until the coverage issue is addressed.
But Ms. Washington is looking for us to indicate to her how much he can build. If he, based on what we've got before us now, the bay window is the only thing he's asking for approval. In other words, the rest of it can be built as a matter of right.
To go straight up.
But he has to take off a portion of his driveway. But does the bay window protrude on the other side of my, because we got 8 on one side and 10 on the other, right? Isn't that the rule?
8 and 10.
Those bay windows right there on the side of my house, when I built those, I had to spend $10,000 to have them shortened because you guys said they were too big.
Well, the building department probably said so, not us. There's a difference between the county staff and this board. So the building code or the zoning ordinance, as administered by the staff, said that you couldn't do them as big as you wanted to.
No, this
Came
board
to us?
denied me.
This
of
board
the-
did. I apologize.
This board denied me of the ones that currently came with the house, that I knew nothing about. The builder did it, and before I knew it, I just got a letter in the mail saying, hey, look, you need to push these in some, and you got to do it by a certain amount of days.
BZA then, sorry, I apologize, I was.
You know, I spent $10,000.
Where was your house built?
I've been there for like 15 years.
Oh, 15 years?
So
Oh.
his house was just built just
I know,
4
but
years
my
ago.
house was just built too when you told me I had to shorten them.
No, I'm not asking. He said his house was built in 2011.
Yeah.
But you've been there for a lot longer than that, so there was some other house there.
There, and I knocked it down when my parents died, and I built that, so
Okay.
that's
I
what I
may
had.
not, 2000, in the year 2000, that's when I was appointed. I may not have been on there.
Your fault.
I'm not guilty.
Good for you.
Anyway, I'm just here to get educated. You guys have
I would ask if you feel like staying, and we're going to be here quite a while longer, or to come into the office and have the staff explain to you what exactly is. My easy answer to you is that just about everything you see here is going to be built as a matter of right if he proceeds. He doesn't need any permission from us to do it. And that the main question for us, is whether this bay window gets approved or not. So it's kind of like your bay window. So yeah, that's all we're being asked to approve in this case.
I didn't think that was funny, though.
I'm sorry?
I didn't think that was funny. He was like your bay window. My bay window's gone. He's
No,
getting one.
I appreciate that.
Well, yours, how deep is your bay, how deep are your bay windows there?
No, but they were bigger than that.
2 feet?
Yeah,
This wide?
yeah. They were out. They wasn't over top of that
His
fence.
is only gonna be 2 feet.
Yeah, mine was a little bigger than that, but
And it's on the, not your second floor, but on the
no,
first
it's on
floor.
my first floor.
Yeah.
His is 2 feet with a window seat in it. You don't count that as coverage, do you?
I'm not going to redo them. Trust me.
This is a bay, this is not, this is a bay that is a 2-foot wide bay. A true bay window that can encroach is only 18 inches. So this is 6 inches bigger than a bay window that can encroach. That's why he needs some assistance here.
Right. Okay.
'Cause this is considered more like the wall.
Wow.
And I think that we're being asked for a bay window, and that's all, and I'm not sure it's worth it, frankly. That's my position. So,
Thanks.
thank you very much. Do you guys want to add, the applicants want to add anything addition? I think I think I've stated my position. I think we deny the bay window.
Deny it? Deny the bay window?
That's just me.
It's still a big
I'm the
room,
chairman. I'm
even
not supposed
without
to
it.
say anything.
13, let's see, how deep is that room? 13, lots of 20-foot, that room is 20 feet by 24, 20 by 24 roughly, the size of that new family room.
And that's the only place it is. It's not,
Right.
yeah, it's not in the master bedroom too. They're nice, certainly. But you could do the same window without it projecting out 2 feet and having a seat in. You could still do that a window like that.
18 inches.
Picture window, we used to call them when I was kids. I guess that shows my age. So, any questions, comments? Anybody ready for a motion?
I have a question. It has to do with, the requested variance and what steps have to happen regarding this plan now that the variance has been denied. Will the applicant come back to you with new drawings that show how they intend to stay within the lot coverage?
Yeah, he would have to come back to us and show us how he's going to shave the driveway in order to get to the 43% coverage, if he can get there. He'd have to show us, and he'd have to give us exact numbers. on everything that sits on the lot to show us that he's gotten to 43%. Drew calculated and thought he could do 347. He's got to show us where the 347 comes off.
And this is being done because the coverage is, you know, at one point we've said basically he can build this by right. The only encroachment is the bay window. But the bay window isn't what put us over the top on lot coverage. It's the fact that the house was built and now we're asking it to be remedied.
It to be,
Basically to remedy the fact that the house is bigger than it.
It's over 43.
it's over 43.
Right.
Even if it's over 43 now,
see, it's like, how can this be by right?
I know where you're going with that.
The coverage issue is solved.
Right.
Only if the coverage issue is solved, because if we think it's over 43 now, so he's got a problem with that in the first place, then if he builds this bay, this bay is going to count in coverage.
Right.
So he's got to shave the coverage in order to even get the bay.
But the bay doesn't contribute 347 square feet.
I don't think he took into consideration the bay in the 347.
Adds to the amount.
Right, he's going to have to
Potentially it adds
shave
to the
more than the
347.
347 to get the bay.
Yes.
So that was included in the calculations that you did?
I don't know.
No, I mean to come to the 43, that he was over there, he was over in his driveway. Anyway.
I don't think so.
So the notion of by right is a little different here, because he's really not changing the footprint of his house except for the bay window, and yet he has to, if he said he's not going to build a bay window, he's still not in conformance.
Right, see, this bay window counts in coverage because this is not a true bay. This thing goes out 2 feet.
Right.
A bay that's allowed to encroach is only 18 inches. So he's building, you can look at this as he's knocking out the wall and adding 2 feet.
Right.
The applicant apparently wants to tell us something. Can I entertain him?
Bought the house, it had already been approved, like certified and everything else. And as we were going through, somewhere the county lost the differential between 43 and 45. I believe it's now 45%. And so in order to do anything, you're asking me to basically remedy, like something that I didn't even know exists. I have to go back to 43, right? Which means I got to take out more.
And that's the nature of this law.
That's right.
Unfortunately, that could happen to any of us.
Okay, so.
We're past that issue.
Okay.
We denied the variance for the coverage.
Right, so I got to take out the bay window, and then I can go straight
Not-
up. Not necessarily.
There are possibly a variety of things you could do to adjust it to get the coverage down. And you're going to have to, if you proceed. You can just decide not to do anything. You don't need to correct your driveway or anything else, and you'll just be non-conforming on into the future based on coverage.
Okay.
But if you are able to get 347 square feet out of your driveway and have it be a legal driveway under the ordinance, then the way I see it, the board could give you the bay window or not. You've just got to get your coverage down.
Right.
That's the way I understand it. Anyway, I'm just one person.
And if the bay window counts, it makes sense not to pursue that because you have to shave even more off then.
Right.
It's going to be hard to get 347 off, but why would you exacerbate the problem by having the bay window that counts and requires you to take more off?
So, Mr. Chairman, if I might ask staff, the window seating bay doesn't go to the ground or foundation. It still adds to lot coverage?
It's counted. Plus, this is not a true, this is not a bay window. This is a bay. This is a...
Right. It's an extension.
Yeah, an extension.
So even though it doesn't come to the ground or foundation, if it's cantilevered, it covers, okay.
Well, and
Because it has a floor.
Depth of it. That's the problem.
It's the depth. It's 2 feet.
It's 2 feet instead of 18 inches.
18
Right.
inches.
coverage
might be
isn't
some-
just on the ground planes.
See, the criteria for a bay window that can encroach is that it's 18 inches in width, and it does not go down, and it has a permanent seat in it.
Can't be floor area.
You
That's
gotta have
what makes-
all of that. This one misses the 2 foot, the 18-inch part, it's 2 feet. So it doesn't really matter, it's already blown it.
But they could make it 18 inches
They
and the
could make
problem
it
would go
18
away.
inches.
That's an easy,
Put
that's
a
an
seat
easy
in it.
fix. That's an easy one.
And,
Again, we don't approve it.
Yeah, okay.
This project becomes by right.
Let's move it on. Let's move on.
right.
I'll entertain a motion.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask a question. If we're not going to approve the bay window, hush up, then do we deny the use permit?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can approve the 18-inch one by right.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
If he gets his coverage straightened out.
That's,
But that's what we would have to work with him on the permit, a by right submission permit. We'd have to say, well, in order for us to approve even the 18-inch bay window that counts in coverage, you got to get your coverage straightened out.
there are other by right, if I may, there are other by right solutions like shortening the house by 4 feet, the addition by 4 or something.
Right.
Actually, there's a problem with the garage. But you make it, I'm going to stay out of it.
I move the Board of Zoning Appeals deny use permit V-11021-15-UP1.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Freshman and seconded by Ms. Malice to deny the request. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. I think you can work with the staff and find solutions to these issues without too much trouble. Might not be exactly what you want, but. Next case, please.
Okay, next case is V11022-15-UP-1. This is a request by Dorothy Heffenstein to permit a setback of 18.8 feet to the eave and 20 feet to the porch base, 2 feet to the one-story addition, and 13.7 feet to the landing from the 17th Street North right-of-way, instead of 25 feet. 2.7 feet to the canopy and eave of a 2-story addition, 2.8 feet to the right side stairs, 4.3 feet to the 2-story addition, 2.7 feet to the eave of the new 2nd-story addition above the first floor walls, and 4.1 feet to the eaves and 5.6 feet to the porch base, and 2-story front addition from the right side property line instead of 8 feet is required, and 7.5 feet to the porch base, and 1-story addition from the left side property line instead of 10 feet is required, and 0.7 feet to the pergola and barbecue from the left side property line instead of 8 feet is required, and 0.6 feet to the pergola and barbecue from the rear property line instead of 25 feet is required. An aggregate side yard of 7 feet instead of 18. This is all for a new 2-story front addition, a new 1-story front addition with a basement level garage, a new 2-story right side addition, a right side stairway, an eave overhang for a new 2nd-story addition above the first floor walls, a front porch, a front landing, and to maintain an existing detached pergola and barbecue in the rear yard. This is all for premises known as 4428 17th Street North.
Any questions for the staff?
Okay.
Can we hear from the applicant, please?
Hi, good evening.
Hello.
Hi. We are looking to expand our home in order to make it handicap accessible so that my father can move in with us. My father became permanently handicapped in July of this year. He's been living with my sister for the past 8 years. When she had brain surgery in the fall of this year, he had to move into assisted living, and is very unhappy, and so we want to adjust our house in order to make it handicap accessible so he can move in with us. In order to make it handicap accessible, we're looking to expand the width of our driveway so that we can get a handicap van in and be able to get a wheelchair in. We're looking to add an elevator on the first floor or in the garage to go up to the first floor to get him into the house. Right now, in order to get him into the house, we have to go like 3 houses down and wheel him across 3 yards. And if it's been raining, we actually have to have 4 adults kind of lift him up to get him across 4 yards because our house is kind of on such a big hill. And then so we're looking to put an elevator in, and then we're looking to actually create a handicap bedroom and bathroom on the first floor, which is why we're going up so our kids will have bedrooms upstairs, because right now we have one of our kids on the bottom floor. And then we're looking to have 4-foot wide hallways so that he can get around in his wheelchair without obstacles in the way. And so we've got, by the way, we've talked to all of our neighbors, and we've got 12 of our neighbors who've either signed the petition or written letters of support and approval. And then, so we're seeking approval of the alternative resolution.
Any questions for the applicant? Do we have any speaker slips? Thank you. Okay. Thank you. See what board members think.
So the elevator is only going from the basement to the first floor.
Because the handicap bedroom's going to be on the first floor.
Right.
And the handicap bedroom and bathroom will be all on the first floor.
Mm-hmm.
We could go all the way up, but I don't think he needs to go to the second floor.
I noticed there's a excuse me, dramatic difference in the look of the house now and what you'll have. Did you think about tearing this down and building a new house, or were there complications with that?
We thought this was we didn't have to tear it down. We could do this without having to go all the way, start over again.
Excuse me for my frog, but
Right.
thank you very much.
I'm surprised the builder didn't suggest that.
It does look like a new house.
Mm-hmm. It's pretty.
Yeah.
Does anybody wish to make a motion?
I will. It's substandard. The lot is substandard in width. It's not substandard in length. But
Size.
right. But they're asking for some side yard setback. So that is. But there are a lot of numbers in there. But essentially, it's just it's a little bit here, a little bit there, a little bit here, a little bit there. But essentially, it's going back.
One of those weird lots where our lot goes this way and our house goes this way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the lot is slightly.
Let me ask a question. Do your neighbors on either side of you know and support this?
Yeah, we have them, they signed.
Yeah, I know, but I have to look up.
Yeah, we got both sides.
And across the street, in front of you, and so forth.
Behind us, in front of us, across on the other side. Actually, the one on one side actually wrote a letter. And we actually had a variance in 92 to be within 4 feet.
For that rear addition that you already have.
And we're really not, we're going straight out from our current house. We're not going any wider. We're going just straight out.
Thank
And
you.
that's to create 4-foot hallways.
That's very helpful information.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Smith?
Well, there's a lot here, but I'm comfortable that it's that's not really going to encroach any greater than it already does. So I'm going to move that the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution, the alternative resolution, which would grant the, well, it's not the alternative, it's the resolution for the,
Yes, it is. It is, as advertised.
as was advertised, and move that the Board of Zoning Appeals grant that resolution, including the conditions.
Is there a second?
Second.
Oh, yes. Could you mention, should we read the V-110
Yeah.
on 5-UP1, just for the record?
It is V1102-215 UP1.
Yep.
Made by Mr. Smith, seconded by Mr. Melnick to approve as requested. All those in favor say aye.
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 Motion carries. Thank you.
Okay. Next case is V11023-15-UP-1, request by Michael Skrull to permit a setback of 17.9 feet to the eave, 18.9 feet to the porch base from 23rd Street South right-of-way instead of 21 feet as required, and 19.2 feet to the eave and 20.2 feet to the porch base from the South Columbus Street right-of-way instead of 21 feet as required for a new wraparound front porch, premises known as 4809 23rd Street South.
Any questions of the staff? Can we hear from the applicant, please?
Good evening, board members. My name is Michael Skrull, and I own the house that we're looking at right now. I'm asking for 3 extra feet on this porch because I want it to look architecturally in proportion with the rest of the house. The sides where the porches are don't adjoin with any neighbors. I'm not setting a precedence in this neighborhood. All the neighbors in the whole neighborhood are behind this project, and I really want to keep the house aesthetically and as correct as I can for the neighborhood.
Any questions of the applicant?
Chair.
Mr. Smith?
I love porches. And you're going to have that nice metal roof all the way around?
Yes, sir. It's colonial red, and I've got the siding, which is all shingle. It's hardy plank, straight edge, concrete. It's a light gray.
It's going to look very nice, and I'm going to move that the Board of Zoning Appeals grant the subject resolution granting V-11023-15-UP1 subject to the conditions which are listed in the resolution, which include not building over this beautiful porch.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the use permit as requested. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, board members. Have a good evening.
What there is of it.
Yeah, we're all going out after this.
Almost morning. No, we're going to finish.
Next case, V11024-15-UP-1. This is a request from Tom Crum and Merrill Citron to permit a setback of 11 feet to the landing and 13 feet to the eave, 14 feet to the wall of a new one-story rear addition and a screened porch from the rear property line instead of 25 feet as required. This is for a new one-story rear addition, a new rear screened porch, and a rear landing. Premises known as 4814 8th Road South.
Any questions of the staff?
Well, the denial appears to recommendation appears to say 1 foot. The changes are 1 foot, 1 foot. Is that right?
Right, it's like a foot difference.
It's like, instead of 13 and 14, it's 14 and 15.
14 and 15, mm-hmm.
Okay. And it's a substandard lot.
Could we hear from the applicant, please?
Good evening. Thank you for staying late. This a lot. Thank you for hearing our request. There are 3 things that we're trying to do. 1, is improve the existing. It's the back part of the house that we've not worked on or improved. We've worked our way around it. Eyebrow dormers, the spiral staircase in the dormer, those are all things that we've done. We'd like to fix up the back of it, and Merrill and I have asked all the neighbors.
Yes. The two in the back, the two adjoining, and the two in the front are all have signed in support and even offered to come in.
The second thing that we're after is storage, and we asked Bruce Dortch, who's Contours and Concepts, to design the rear addition for us, and with his help, we came up with the idea of a basement because we have no storage. It's only a crawl space, and there's not room for a garage. So we'll be able to put a basement underneath it. Like our neighbors. Most of the neighbors' houses have basements. And the third thing is there are other houses in the neighborhood that have additions off the back. I think if you look behind us on 9th Street, there are 3 in a row or 4 in a row that have additions off the back. So we're requesting a use permit that would allow us to make this amendment to the back.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicants? Ms. Mellis?
Your numbers are not that far off from what staff is recommending. Is there a reason that you can't work with staff's recommendation?
We can. It's my only point, and I don't want to upset staff at all because they've worked with us also. We bought a house that was existing, and it was the 14 instead of the 15. And that room in the back, it's 10 feet, and that will make it 9 feet. And so it begins to get to be more like a hallway than a room. But we're willing to compromise if that's necessary. We think it would add more value to the house if we stayed with what we have now existing. And there's a staff recommendation concern about that stairway because that small stairway in the back is the way to get out of that screened-in porch. And the drawing is height is not what you think it is. It shows 4 treads below the landing, and there are only 2 required. It's around 30 inches from the height of the floor, or where the floor will be, to the ground. So with a step down to the landing and 2 treads, we can accomplish the 4 risers. So it would be nice to have that way of getting out of the room. That means, and putting it on the side, as I understand it, is a no-no, and apparently in the back it's getting close to the fence. But we do need a means of exit. So.
Okay. I would point out that their front yard setback is 33.5 feet instead of 25 feet is required. So to add on to the back of this house, if it was more conforming.
Right. And if it was a bigger lot.
The houses, there are 4 houses very similar to ours in a row, and the street is only, I think, 33.5 feet. Sorry. So as you come over the hill to go down to 4 Mile Run in the woods, it looks bigger, and I'm guessing, but I would assume a builder who was trying to sell these houses in 1948, 1950, may have set them back so it looks like a wider street.
Pastoral, yeah.
It cuts us off. We're asking for 11 in the back. We got cut off 8.5 feet in the front.
Such a beautiful, whimsical little house.
It is gorgeous.
And I don't have a problem with what you're requesting. I wouldn't want a 9-foot room. That is more like a hallway. I wouldn't want to cramp those spaces any more than they are. and I live very close to here. I live just on the other side of the creek, on the other side of 4 Mile Run, in condominiums, and they're up on the hill, so I look across. So I don't have a problem with what he's requested, that taking 1 foot here and there doesn't seem to do anything other than make it smaller than it's practical. It's already small.
Motion?
So, given that, I'd move that the Board of Zoning Appeals grant adopt a resolution approving the the alternative resolution approving V-11024-15-UP1, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report.
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Smith, seconded by Ms. Malice to approve the use permit as requested. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have,
This is one of the
Need to call it the Spirito case.
Okay, V-11015-15-UP-1, a request by Michael and Nicole DeSpirito to permit a setback of 5 feet to the rear property line instead of 25 feet is required for a new detached fireplace with a chimney, premises known as 6308 26th Street North.
Any questions?
question. I guess a garage could be in the corner back there. Anything else has to be, meet the 25-foot rear yard setback.
Right, because the ordinance only allows an accessory building to be back there, not a structure.
Right,
So any other structure except for a trellis under the new ordinance has to meet the 25-foot setback.
Because of the chimney, but no, even a lower big built-in fire pit or
Right.
would require the same thing. Okay.
So those things that are allowed are garages, sheds, they're buildings. Buildings. Okay. Any other questions? Can we hear from
works for me.
the applicant?
Thank you for staying late. I guess I'm the last one here. So what we wanted to do is build the fireplace chimney in the backyard just to increase the enjoyment of the backyard. And we wanted to have the setback not at 25 feet, but at 5, just so we have some backyard that's remaining to enjoy.
Could you state your name for the record?
I'm sorry, Mike DeSpirito.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it. Sorry we missed you earlier. We called you earlier.
I didn't know I had to speak, so I'm sorry. That's my fault.
Okay.
Your evening would have not been so long.
Learned a lot tonight.
Unfortunately, we usually get out around 9. You got punished. Wasn't our fault. All right. Any questions?
Motion.
Stayed to watch Chicago
Motion.
win. That's what you did.
I move the Board of Zoning Appeals adopt the attached resolution granting use permit V-11015-15-UP1, subject to the conditions listed in the resolution.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Freshman, seconded by Mr. Smith to approve as requested. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Motion carries.
Have a great evening.
I move approval of the April 14 minutes.
Been moved and seconded to approve the minutes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Minutes was freshman.
And Norma, I apologize because I didn't read this until 3/4 of the way through the
Your,
discussion of that bay window.
Well, you saw, that's
case.
fine. That's fine.
Did you hear? I'm sorry, I interrupted.
Okay, the freshman, and who seconded the minutes?
I think Paul?
No, okay.
I move adjournment.